Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Geez, 10 minutes goes by too fast. Welcome, everyone. Great to see you all. Phallus, Res Mason, Culinary Disaster, 6-7. Sorry, some things are exploding a little outside. I'm sure it's fine. Let me give Val a shout out. Y'all should go follow Val. They were streaming Psychroma just before my stream, and it was very interesting. I enjoyed it. Arabello, hello, welcome. So, last week, I think it was the day after Tuesday stream, I started thinking a lot about this game. And then I started going through all my past notes, and I started ranting to Unsecret Crush about the game a lot. And I have a lot of notes I've written down. I also kind of... I took a moment to kind of like rethink some assumptions. Like It occurred to me that I've maybe gotten too attached to certain theories and just kind of convinced myself that certain things are true, even though there is not a huge amount of evidence for them. And I think in particular, I let the quiz itself influence me a little too much in certain ways. So I want to take some time to kind of back up a little bit and go over things again tonight. Jonan, great to see you. I am doing good, Arabello. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well also. Have a light riddle nudge too if you need one. Okay, interesting. Very exciting. And also, it will be my birthday at midnight in less than 3 hours now. And I want nothing more than to finish this game for my birthday. So I don't know how realistic that is, but I am absolutely going to do everything I can to make it happen. We'll see. I mean, I've made the proclamation that I was going to beat the game before, at least once, maybe multiple times, and it hasn't happened, but eventually it will. And that's the important thing. Nice typography you're wearing. What's it say? Oh, it says The Midnight Channel. This is a Persona 4 shirt. Good video game. I am... So let's start with my notes that I wrote off stream. So like I said, I went through all the notes I have written for the game and just kind of paid attention to things that might be interesting, and wrote down some things to do and things to consider. Oh, right. One thing in particular. So let's start with the quiz. Let's start with the quiz, because this is where a lot of my new thoughts began, was looking over the quizzes. So when I took the quiz a second time, I started to think that, I noticed the questions change as I was going through it, and I was like, it seems like the answers I give are influencing the follow-up questions I get, and that's interesting. And then I did it again, and I was maybe it's actually just random. And then I looked over the quiz results later, and at that point I became convinced that actually it wasn't random. And I was also convinced that when I answered a question a certain way, I was getting follow-up questions based on that, and that made me think that I was giving correct answers when I got related follow-up questions. However, I looked over the quiz results again, and I'm no longer convinced that's correct. In particular, the second time I went over the quiz, I accidentally said that Juste killed Juste, which obviously, you know, that is a thing that could be correct. But I don't think it is. I don't think there's really any good evidence to point to that. Like there's the tiniest possibility, but I don't think it's right. But despite saying that, we got a bunch of follow-up questions based on that answer. Who found his body? Where was Juste killed? Who hated Juste? And then I was thinking about those follow-up questions and then going back to the text that you get before you start the quiz. And I started to realize that it seems like those follow-up questions are actually there to help me think about what is the correct answer. Specifically because I had answered it incorrectly. So that was interesting. And let me catch up on chat here. Kylenair, hello. Good to see you. Go Dappy, hello. Maupiti, yes. So this used to be Spooky Tuesday, and there was always an extra O in Spooky. And apparently no one noticed that for a really long time. And then we all had a laugh about it. And then at some point, I renamed Spooky Tuesday to Maupiti Tuesday. And then we started adding extra I's as a goof. Has the Maupiti Tuesday text always hovered like that? No, it has not. That's brand new. I actually... So this text down here that says the game name and platform and year, I used to make a graphic in Photoshop for that. So it was kind of annoying to have to do that every time I changed the game I was playing, especially my streaming computer doesn't even have Photoshop on it. I don't want Photoshop on this computer. And I had plans to eventually make that easier, but then it occurred to me that I could spend a short amount of time and do like the easier part of my plans, and just get the whole all the titles in HTML. And this way I can just update an HTML file when I want to change that info down there. And then when I was doing that, I was like, oh, I could add a little animation here. Like I could animate pretty much everything that's on screen here. So I thought I would add a little animation to the title. And that's why it's hovering now. Silver Streak, thank you so much for that resub. 29 entire months. I appreciate all your support very much. And I hope you're doing well. Love me some incremental updates. Yes, thank you. So back to the quiz. I no longer think that follow-up questions means I got something right. It could even specifically mean that I got something wrong, or it could be that it's impossible to determine whether I'm right or wrong based on the follow-up questions. But it did seem very interesting that happened in that specific scenario. Whereas when I said that Roy killed Juste, we never got any follow-up questions on that. Yeah, I guess that's what I've said every other time, and we've never got follow-up questions. And then I was talking vaguely about some of the stuff on Friday, and Dronon suggested that I just kind of play around with the quiz a little more. And I was already thinking along those lines anyway, based on all this stuff. So I think today we're going to actually, after we go over my new notes here, we will actually start with the quiz this time and see how that goes. I might even try it a couple times. We'll see. But I do think, like, it says flat out like that the quiz is designed to help you figure things out. So like I should take advantage of that, right? So back to the notes I made. I made a note to look at Chris's stuff again, the photo and the note. The photo in particular is something that I think I haven't thought enough about. The photo is supposedly the lady in black. She is wearing a very military-looking uniform. It doesn't really seem like a uniform you would expect a drug dealer to wear. It fits more with something like arms dealer or something else. Like, out of the other options for like the questions for what does the lady in black do, I'm leaning more and more toward arms dealer. Like, in addition to that uniform, we've got the note about tribes need guns, the wind, which, like, that was a note that took a lot of effort to get. It still seems a little weird and like I don't fully understand it, but it took a lot of work to both get that note out of the piano and learn how to decode it. So I feel like it's important. Another thing I was thinking about is the very first thing the quiz asks us about is who is Anita? Drug dealer, criminal, blackmailer, revolutionary, or other? We're pretty sure the correct answer is revolutionary. Someone tells us that specifically. And I just think it seems notable that that's the first thing we're asked. In like, I feel like all the things it's asking are important and there to help us figure things out. So it's pointing that out for a reason. And we haven't really used that information much to work out a picture of what's going on overall. So I think we need to consider that more. Tronut says, happy birthday. I'm sorry I'm 364 days late with that. No worries, and thank you very much. Typing is hard, so I apologize for any incoming typos. Oh gosh, that's right. Silver hurt his hand. I hope you're doing all right, and please don't worry about your typos. Make as many as you like. Hoping Twitch will award you a special persistence prize when you finally complete the game. That'd be amazing. I won't get my hopes up though. Jordan says, I just want to thank everyone here for keeping with it too. You're all real troopers. Yeah, like I definitely appreciate everyone sticking with me through all this. It's been an adventure, and I'm glad y'all have been enjoying it. Jadlers, hello. The nightmare continues. I wouldn't call it a nightmare, but it certainly is a journey. Learn I can still type 90 words per minute at 90% accuracy with only 9 fingers. Nice. That's pretty good. So first, some background information. Unsecret Crush is working on making me a freshly baked cookie cake for my birthday. So she's been at that for a little while now, and she says, okay, bad news. The chocolate vegan buttercream was too thick, and I think I fucked it up trying to fix it. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of like advice, but I'm sure you can figure something out, and I wouldn't worry about it too much. Oh, good news. The vanilla buttercream pipes like a dream. Nice. Perfect. Oh, are you missing captions? I'm so sorry. Let me fix that. I don't know what happened there. I noticed that the other day, and I thought I fixed it. Okay. Should be good now? Thank you so much for pointing that out, 6-7. At one point recently, I noticed that my mic was still labeled Yeti mic, and I have not used the Yeti mic in quite some time. So I changed it, and then I forgot that I also had to update the caption settings. And for some reason, when I did that, it didn't stick. Tried adding some almond milk, but that made the texture weird. Oh, okay. Let me give some more shout outs here. Okay, see the captions now? Great. So continuing on with my notes here. Ask Juste about wig time period and follow up. Oh, okay. So that was just a note to ask him what he's doing during that time, and then do the thing where we give an item as like kind of a bribe to try to get follow-up information. That seemed like it could potentially give us something, but worth a shot anyway. Did Roy make the piano generate the second message? Okay, yeah, so this was another thought I had. I was just kind of rethinking Roy's path, basically, like what he's doing during the time of the game. And like, he late in the first day, he goes to the bar and gets drunk. This is after he has seen Juste fish the wig out of the ocean, which caused him to immediately go and break into Marie's bookcase and get the chess book. So like, he immediately knows that he is, you know, he decides to do that based on seeing the wig. So like, why exactly is that, is like the biggest question. But like, he knows, I think, that the chess book is part of an encryption mechanism connected to the piano. So he has some amount of information there. He doesn't know how to get into the piano. He just like happens to figure that out. But the thought I had was that we still don't know what determines the message the piano generates. We can manipulate the piano in a way that gets it to print out a message. But on any given day, it's like there's only a single message that produces a useful message. The rest are just gibberish. So I think I misspoke a little there. We have to select the correct song to get a valid message. If we choose a different song than the correct one at any given time, then we just get gibberish. So like, it seems like there's something else that is determining that actual message that comes out in some way. Like, you know, ultimately, like, it's not a useful mechanism unless it can be set up to deliver a specific message, right? So, you know, that's not something we understand, and it's unclear what changes it from that first message, "We wait the boat," to the second message, which says, again, "Tribes need guns, the wind." So did Roy do something to it to make that happen? Did that just happen on the second day? I think, actually, now that I think about that more, like, we determined that the pedal gets stuck down at some point, and that has to happen before we can do the steps to print out the message. So I think whoever is doing something to the piano that gets that pedal stuck down, that is when it determines when the message is determined. And that happens well after Roy messes with it that night. So I don't think Roy is the one doing that. Are we sure Anita is not the lady in black and smuggling guns? Nope. Talked about that one already. I do think it's worth reconsidering that. that still leaves the question of like, why does Marie need this encryption piano if she's not the lady in black? And I guess the answer to that is I don't know. It does seem very much like that's a strong piece of evidence that suggests Marie is the lady in black. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. But I did think it was worth going back to reconsider whether Anita might be the lady in black. Who gave the note to Anita? Juste doesn't make sense. He goes to sleep. Oh, right. That's something... Well, I guess we don't know when Anita gets the note. So, to give some context, at some point, Anita gets a note that tells her to meet the note giver at the well at midnight. Anita goes to the well shortly after midnight, waits around for like a full hour. No one ever shows. It seems like the message giver either has to be Juste or a character that we don't see during the course of the game. Which I guess would most likely be Marie or Lucy, or I guess maybe Fred. But yeah, like Anita gets the note earlier in the evening. Like, I can't remember the exact time when it first shows up in her room. I guess it's possible she has it for a while before then. But like, how does she get that note is something worth seeing if we can figure out, I guess. And then another note I made was wondering if maybe there's not someone that wants to meet Anita at the well. Maybe there's someone that doesn't want Anita to be in her room. And we do catch Bob snooping around in her room. In fact, I think I overlooked it until the last time, I think last week when we saw this happen again. But like, the game specifically tells us that he is like searching for something. I don't know what that would be. It is worth considering that Bob thinks Anita is the lady in black. So if he's wrong, maybe he's looking in the wrong place. Why is Anton being with Sue important? That's another thing the quiz asks us. It asks us who is Anton with specifically. And we know he's with Sue. I don't see how that could be the wrong answer. But I don't understand how that's important. Kind of the only thing I could think of there is like somebody tells us, maybe even a couple people, that like Anton spends a lot of time with Anita, like he's her best customer or something like that. I can't remember exactly what we're told, but that comment always seemed weird. When we later have, Anton going to see Sue on the first night there. Obviously it's not necessarily a contradiction. It's just, two interesting pieces of information. But it just got me wondering if... Well, no, I thought about this and then realized it couldn't be correct. I was wondering if Anton was going to see Anita, but she wasn't there. But Anton goes to see Sue much later. Like, Anita is already back in her room at that point. So I don't think that makes sense. But like, I still like, I don't understand why that is a question the quiz brings up. It seems like it's got to be important somehow. I have a note to try following Anton maybe to make more sense of that. I don't know if that would get us anything, but it seems worth trying. I have a note that we are pretty much already talked about this. Why is Bob meeting with Anita? He says he's meeting with Anita, but if we spy on him, it seems like he's just searching her room. So I'm inclined to assume that, you know, the meeting was just a lie. Who says Juste and Marie both have a medallion? Right. I don't remember who tells us that. I kind of want, I think I mostly wrote that down because I wanted to review that exact text again. I'm pretty sure if we get the medallion and show it to some different people, someone will tell us that. I'm pretty sure that's how we got that dialogue. And it would be interesting to review that again just to see if it hints at anything else. I still feel like I don't quite follow why the two of them both have a medallion. Oh, yeah. This was another interesting thought that, I don't know, it could be nothing, but it seems kind of interesting. So we're told that Marie always had tea and a cigarette before bed. And, like, there's evidence of her having tea before bed. So, like, and that's on her nightstand, right? So it seems like it's suggested at least that she's already, you know, gotten in bed. And we know that she normally has a cigarette when she's in her pajamas because there's cigarette holes all over them. But this night she disappears. She's not wearing the pajamas. You know, that could just be a timing thing. Like she didn't, you know, she wasn't quite that far along in the getting ready for bed process, I guess. But I don't know. It seems notable to me, especially like it always seemed kind of odd that the game put the pajamas full of cigarette holes in there to let us find. And I think maybe that's why that's an important clue, is to just get us thinking about what she was actually doing. And that has me wondering that, you know, we had already suspected that she wasn't kidnapped, but I feel like this is some additional evidence. Okay, let me catch up on chat again. You have to ask Juice when will he wear wigs. Yes, we do. Salt Ranger, hello, good to see you. Try multiple items in a row. Okay. Recipe I'm using is only vegan butter, icing sugar, and vanilla with a vague. Add a few tablespoons of cocoa powder for a chocolate variation, but it's simply too thick to pipe. Might have messed up the proportions. Got it. Anyway, I think you need to toss the chocolate, and I also haven't baked the cookie yet, and now I want to sit down forever. Oh, gosh. Like, if you're tired, take a break. Like, I mean, it's not like you have to do it just because you started, right? Puzzle, hello. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I hope you are doing well. Probably already talked about this, but since when does Maupiti Tuesday float ominously? Since today. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
I might want to go to Michael's tomorrow to get some more decorating tips anyway.
Oh, okay. That's fine. You think it's shaking because it knows this is the last stream. Oh, gosh. Reminds me, for those who aren't Robot Spacer, if Maupiti VOD 21 is still up, check between 108 and 111. All the VODs are there, by the way. The last couple are previous broadcasts. All the other ones are in the highlights section. I really want to know. Really want to know what you're referring to. Okay. Oh, right. And then the last note I have is, are the pills in Chris's room important? It's odd that they're just kind of shoved. Like there's a shelf and it looks like there's some, I don't know, clothes or something on the shelves, maybe some linens, and like the pills are just kind of shoved between a couple of things. Most of the other pills we find in the game are in like, you know, normal places, like in a drawer or something. But it's just kind of interesting that those pills are placed very haphazardly, especially given the knowledge that it seems at least possible that Marie was drugged, which I don't know how to. There's so many things in this game that like I don't know how to fit them all together. Like it seems like there's evidence that Marie was drugged, but it also seems like there's so much evidence that she wasn't actually kidnapped. And then there's the whole twins idea that came up last time, and I really don't know what to make of that. I think it's a very interesting idea that, you know, obviously ties back to the whole pirate thing, but I'm worried that thinking about it too much is a distraction because it doesn't seem like there's a lot that points to it. But I don't know, you know, maybe that's just the situation that we're working with, right? Like, I definitely get the impression that we have to make some leaps to come up with a correct picture of what all happens here. But anyways, let's I think that's everything I wanted to go over. Let's get into the quiz and see how it goes. Can't pin chats for mobile. What were you gonna pin? Okay. So I think we're gonna save. This is save 3, so we're on the morning, the second day. So we should be able to just take the medallion and go get into the well here. Let's see. We do have to wait. Ah. Every time. Hello, Roy. Okay, into the well. Oh, Dronon's tip. Got it. Can I pin things? No, I can't. I think. Yeah. Just because of the way I have my chat set up. Okay, let's see if I can do this shell puzzle a little better today. Oh, thank you. Wrong scene. Thank you, thank you. Okay. 2 into the game. So we're going to turn these 2 out. First thing we have to do is put the medallion in, because otherwise we can't pick anything up. We take this one, put it in there. And then we can fill this up again. And oh, come on. Just waiting for this message to dismiss. There we go. Take that, put it in there. Oh no, I fucked it up already. Okay, I knew I was doing something wrong. Okay, so I think the one I have has 2 measures in it. Okay. Okay, and then that's 2 measures now. So we can take that, put it here, and that should be good. Yep. Take that, put it here. Okay, there we go. For the longest time, I never noticed a shelf on the right. I guess that was always panicking and in a hurry. Yeah, that's fair. Like, it's interesting. Like, I think they probably put it there just so you had an obvious place to set things down, but you can also just put things back down the ground, so it's not really necessary. Okay. Stop. The game isn't over. It goes on. In fact, do you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping? You will be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. So that last sentence there is the thing I keep referring back to. Like, the questions themselves will help you solve the mystery. I think that is an important line. So, who is Anita? Let's see. This is quiz number 7, I believe. Let me double check that. I never wrote down our number 6 answers, but I will write down the ones we do today. So revolutionary. I think we're 100% on that. I am, anyways. Who was Anton with the night of the 31st? This one I'm also quite confident is Sue. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive. So this one I've talked about, like, I think I've almost always said Anita. It's possible it's not Anita if Anita is the murderer, right? We also know that Roy breaks into Juste's home. So it could be Roy. I think Roy is the murderer. And then Anita is the last person other than the murderer to see him. Let me think back to what we know here. So I want to try to, like, let go of any assumptions we've made and just think about, like, facts we know. So facts we know are Juste goes to his home and goes to sleep. He is sleeping up until 1:30. If we hide out in his house, we can see that he is there until 1:30. At that point, I believe we will get killed just by being in his home. If we go back to his house after the fact, we can see that the window has been broken open. It's open and there's a pane of glass that's broken, and below the window is a diamond that is identical to the diamonds that Roy wears in his ear. Let's see, what else do we have? Juste's body is fished out of the water at the pier. You can find his key on the pier, starting at around, like, I think 2 a.m. So it seems likely that Juste is killed and his body is taken to the pier and then dumped into the water. Also, we know someone hears some sound on the pier around like 2 or 2:30. Around when that key appears. That's also another time period where we'll get like knocked out or killed if we're present. I think it's just knocked out in this case. Which is kind of interesting. Is there a meaningful distinction between scenarios where we'll get killed and scenarios where we simply get knocked out? I wonder. It is worth noting, we know Roy has a truncheon, so he can do some good knocking out with that. Cobra Commander, hello, great to see you. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Hope you're doing well. You also definitely give Cobra a follow if you're not already. Silver says, I can now get merch journals with inside prints and variations on what's printed inside. That's too close to letting me make my own ARG, and I don't like it. It's dangerous for my wallet. It's a fascinating idea. I like it. Technically, the last person to see him alive could also have been the one who killed him. Right, but the question is, other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive? That's why I was saying it that way. Conquered my own challenging game last night, Alundra. So best of luck to you. Thank you. And congratulations. So let's see. What other info do we have here? Oh, right. Anita tells us some things. So she goes to the well at midnight and waits around for an hour. And then when nobody shows, she kind of like makes her way slowly back home. And at one point she's outside Juste's house and she says that she sees him and that he's like in a hurry and clears out quickly. So also, like, let's double check. I'm pretty sure that's after 1:30. What are the times? So the game in this quiz here asks us when Roy is murdered. And I know 1:30 is an option. I'm trying to remember what the other options are. Midnight, 1:30, or other. Okay, so other is an option. The exact hour of the crime. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, okay, I guess I don't have an exact time written down. I think it's between 1 and 2. I think it's if we ask her what she's seen between 1 and 2. I probably have a better note in my recent notes. Okay. Oh, right. We also still haven't gone through every... Right. I've only asked Anita up until 11 a.m. So we need to actually do some more questioning tonight. I kind of totally forgot about that. There's a lot of important questioning we still have to do. Okay. So I don't have an additional note about that because we haven't gotten that far. But basically, like, either she's lying or she's telling the truth, which means that Roy isn't killed in his home. He tries to leave. And then is killed somewhere else. Where, I don't know. I don't think... I don't think if we stay outside Juice's house during that time, I don't think we can ever see that happen. Does that suggest that she's lying about it, or does that just mean that the game doesn't tell us that information? I genuinely don't know. That's kind of the... Oh, I said Roy when I meant Juste at one point. I seem to do that a lot. Just mix up names in general. We've never seen a bloodstain, have we? That's a good point too. Yeah, we're never told that there's any blood in his home. So that fits with the idea that he is killed somewhere else. Because suppose they wouldn't be that careless. Yeah, that is also a possibility. So all that said, I guess for right now, I'm gonna go with Anita again. This time through the quiz, I don't want to like experiment too much. I just want to like kind of rethink things a little bit, and then give what I think are the right answers. But then we might go through it again and get a little more experimental with our answers and just kind of see how the quiz responds to that. Just because I think that will be interesting. So we're going to say Anita here. Who kidnapped Marie? This is the big one. Like, I'm a little bit tempted to say Anita. Now that I've kind of taken a better look at what the quiz is actually doing, like the first time I did the quiz, I said Anita, and then we got who signs their name, the lady in black. Like, it was just continuing. The second time we did the quiz, we said nobody kidnapped Marie and that the lady in black is Marie. And then we got follow-up questions. What did she do? Treasure hunter, white slavery, drug traffic, arms traffic, politics, other. And then the lady in black's accomplice. And then we just got the list of names for that. So, like, every time we've said Marie is the lady in black, we get a bunch of follow-up questions. And I'm starting to worry now if that means that Marie is actually wrong. So I think just for this time through the quiz, because I'm not totally confident, we're going to say that Anita kidnapped Marie. I think if anyone other than Marie... I think if anyone kidnapped Marie, like, the most likely person is Anita. She really does not like Marie. But another thing I've realized is that Marie could still be the lady in black. Even if Anita is the one that kidnaps Marie. And it could also be, like, this thought just occurred to me. It could also be that someone who was not normally the lady in black is pretending to be the lady in black after kidnapping Marie. I don't know. But I'm going to say Anita here. And then who signs their name? The lady in black. I think in this time through the quiz, we're going to go with the arms dealer for what does the lady in black do. So I'm trying to like come up with like a total picture based on that idea. Just because I do feel like there's a decent amount of evidence that points towards that. Hello, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. Michigan is Eastern time. Yes. So 2 hours from now. Correct. This shit is so hard. Does it make sense that Marie could be the lady in black, but she is also kidnapped by someone else? And then the follow-up question to that is, in that scenario, is Marie the one that sent Bob those letters? Or is the kidnapper pretending to be the lady in black and sent those letters? Like, my thought is mostly that if Anita kidnapped Marie and is now pretending to be the lady in black, then Jabberwocky, thank you. Thank you so much for the 200 bits and for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate that very much. So if Anita kidnaps Marie and then pretends to be the lady in black, I feel like that kind of fits with Bob's theory that Anita is actually the lady in black. But also explains why Maurice has all this encryption stuff, like this piano she had shipped from Chicago 2 years ago that does all this weird encryption stuff. Like that can't be nothing, right? And that's got to be for a pretty good reason. Like, that's not something you do just because it's a neat piano, I would think. So yeah, let's go with this theory. I don't know if it quite adds up, but we're going to continue with it and see how we do here. So we're going to say Marie. I guess this is hello, Derek Ironbutt. Good to see you. This is a tricky one with this like current theory I'm trying to piece together here. I don't really know what makes sense for Marie to be doing as the lady in black in this scenario. But I guess I did say I was going to go with arms traffic, so we'll just do that. Even though like I'm starting to have a lot of doubts about the answers I'm giving here. Oh, where are the weapons delivered? Asmara. Asmara is a word that comes up in the letter from Chris's room. Aden, Djibouti, Mauritius. Djibouti is a location that I think comes up in reference to white slavery. Mauritius, I believe, is where Lucy supposedly was taken to when she left the island. Comoro Islands. I don't remember where that comes up. The Seychelles is definitely a place where some of the white slavery stuff relates to. And then someplace else. Where are the weapons delivered? This quiz is so interesting. I feel like this feels like a question that has no right answer. Like, I feel like they're asking this question to present these names and get us to think about these names more. It honestly kind of makes me wonder if white slavery is the right answer. I'm going to write all these down. Osmera Aden. That one I don't remember coming up. Djibouti. Mauritius. Comoro Islands. I don't remember that one either. Seychelles. Other. I'm just going to say Asmera because I know that, well, I have some of that note written down somewhere. So I can get a decent idea if that makes any sense at all. Okay. So here's my... Okay, yeah, no, this is not enough info. Mission order, Agent 0012 in Adina. Cicerone procedure, Lady in Black. Menelik orders merchandise, Asmera. And I feel like there's something like it's chosen by God or something. I don't know. We'll say Asmera. Who killed Juste? I think, well, let's rethink this a little bit. I guess we kind of already talked about the facts we know about surrounding Juste's death. I still think Roy is the only one that makes sense to me here. Most people are asleep. Anita is particularly upset by Juste dying, and like I don't see any evidence that she's like faking it. Like we know that Roy leaves his cabin and then lies about having left his cabin. We know that he like I feel 100% confident that he goes into Juste's house around that time. Like there's a small possibility that someone took his diamond earring and like planted it there to frame him, but like given the fact that we know he leaves his cabin at that time, I feel like he goes in there for sure. The only thing I have doubts about is if he actually goes in there to kill Juste. And I feel pretty confident that he does. So we're going to go ahead and say Roy. Like, I would like to be more sure of that, but that's something we can hopefully figure out tonight. The motive. This is another one where we got follow-up questions, so I was like, oh, the wig must be correct because we got follow-up questions. But I'm now wondering if it's not actually because of the wig. Like, I think the wig is kind of like the initial thing that causes Roy to do some stuff. but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the reason he kills Juste. Let's look at the follow-up questions we got. Who did the wig belong to? What happened to Lucy? Deavor, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you all. Hope you had a good stream. Did you beat Fatherworld? That's the important question. Hello. I'm not sure how to say your username. I met Systemi, or is it just met system? Let me know. Snowy P, great to see you. SH Don, great to see you as well. Pixel Turkey, great to see you as well. If anyone is new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. I'm deep into this game. I've been playing this game for 29 streams now, like, I don't know, 120 hours. It's a very difficult game. It's described by some as the most difficult game ever made, and I think they might be right. It's called Maupiti Island. It came out in 1990 for the Amiga and was released for DOS in 91. That's the version we're playing today. I met System I. I met Systemi? I go by all. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I'm not sure which one I'll choose, but it's good to know I have options. Most people I met just call him Systemi. Okay. I kind of like the sound of that. It's fun to say. So I might just go with that one. So this game is like a detective mystery game. We're trying to figure out a kidnapping, and there's all kinds of other wild things happening. And after we solve a bunch of things, we're given this quiz here. So we're currently going through this quiz for like the 7th time and just kind of rethinking a lot of things. And then after I ultimately fail the quiz again, we will do some more investigating. Okay, so Juste fishes a wig out of the ocean. Roy and Sue are nearby. They see that happening. Roy goes and breaks into the bookcase in Marie's room after that. He then figures out the piano encryption mechanism, sees the message, "We wait the boat." A short amount of time passes, maybe no time at all even, and then he leaves his cabin. And then he breaks into Juste's house, as far as we can tell. And we're pretty sure he kills Juste. A diamond is not correct. Medallion could be correct. We wait the boat. Money could be correct, but I don't think it is. There's not anything to suggest that Juste has like hidden money anywhere or anything like that. I still think wig makes the most sense. I think that the wig, the presence of the wig, it freaked Juste out. So like just that wig being in the water freaked Juste out and made Roy like realize something, I guess. The amulet, I don't think is anything. The amulet is a necklace that Juste had, and apparently Lucy took it from him, wrecked up his place, stole the amulet, and then just like ultimately dropped it in front of Maggie's building. So like I feel like she maybe took it accidentally, looking for the medallion is my best guess. Like it seems like it wasn't something she actually wanted. A fetish I don't think makes any sense. We're not given any reason to believe that those are particularly important items. Other is certainly possible. We'll say we spend 90-ish minutes to go through like half the game damage list and get a ton of cash. So honestly, I think this is a good use of time. Nice. This game's making Robot Spacer rethink a lot of life choices. The French version, the amulet is called a gris-gris. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's very interesting. So that's like a voodoo item. I can't remember the tiny bit I know about those, so I'm just looking at Wikipedia here. A voodoo amulet originating in West Africa, which is believed to protect the wearer from evil or bring luck, and in some West African countries is used as a purported method of birth control. It consists of a small cloth bag, usually inscribed with verses from an ancestor, and a ritual number of small objects worn on the person. The item we see in the game looks like a shark tooth to me on a necklace. Yes, we do know that word from Gabriel Knight, and also from real life. That is kind of some interesting context. But I still don't think that's an important item. It might be important to Juste. I'm sure that's true. But it doesn't seem important in terms of the overall mystery. I do think the incident involving Lucy having taken the amulet might be important. I think the two strongest possibilities here are medallion or wig. Given what we know, given the events that happened leading up to Juste's death, I think wig still makes the most sense to me. I think that Roy knows that Juste has realized something because of that wig. I'm guessing something related to Lucy's disappearance. But I'm concerned by the fact that we get follow-up questions here. Who did the wig belong to? Like, we're going to say Lucy. What happened to Lucy? She had an accident. She's gone. She's dead. She's been kidnapped. She's disappeared. I don't know. I think I'm just going to say... Well, let's just pick a different one. Let's say she's been kidnapped. I'm just kind of curious if this will do anything different. What is the procedure? That's new. Huh. What is the procedure? We have Lady in Black. So there's a Cicerone procedure that's referred to in the note in Chris's cabin. So I assume Cicero is the correct answer here. Wallaceau is the guardian of the pond, the monkey statue. Drugs is drugs, I guess. But we're gonna say Cicero. That's the only procedure that comes up that I can think of. The target of the shots. It's interesting that is the follow-up to saying kidnapped. I don't know what to make of that. Target. Pretty sure that's Roy. Yeah, that's another one where I don't really have any doubts about the answer. I don't fully understand the rest of what's going on there. Like, who's shooting at him? Why? Do not know. What time were the shots fired? 10:30. That is certain. You have between 50 and 75% of correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. That's a pretty good score. That's the best range we've gotten in the game. We got that, I think, one other time. So the fourth time we took the quiz, we also got 50 to 75 according to the game. Let me catch up on chat a little here. Unsecret Crush says we also went on an IRL voodoo tour when we were in New Orleans a few years ago that gave a gree-gree as a souvenir. Yes. It's like a little cotton baggie with, I think, a penny, a bean, and some rice in it. Sounds about right. Lagna PV. Sorry, I can't. That involves too many things to explain for anyone that doesn't understand it already. What if Juste and Roy were working together to kidnap Marie using the wig to disguise her as Lucy? Then whoever killed Juste frames Roy and later tries to shoot him. It's an interesting theory. Like, I have wondered, if the wig is used to disguise anyone to make them look like Lucy. I don't know. Cicerone is a typo. They forgot to translate that to English. Okay. Thank you. Drugs is drugs. I disagree that drugs are drugs. Okay, that's fair. I think I remember Dronon saying that typo a million years ago. Okay. Back in the day when men were men and drugs were drugs. 75 to 100, says Dronon. Dashes off to get a drink. Okay, that's very interesting. That's also what Dronon said we got the other time we got 75 or 50 to 75. So I just want to go over the answers I gave the other time we did well. Gosh, this is interesting. There's another time where Dronon said we got 75 to 100, but the game said 25 to 50. Okay, so time number 4, we said Anita's a revolutionary. Anton was with Sue. Last to see Juste was Anita. Nobody kidnapped Marie. The lady in black is Marie. She's drug trafficking. Her accomplice is Bob. So we got some different questions this time. Roy killed Juste. The wig is the motive. The wig belonged to Lucy. Lucy is dead. Who was Lucy other? We didn't get that question this time because we said she was kidnapped. Who was the target? Roy and 10:30. Okay. What a game. Don't think Lagna Pipi need any explanation? Perhaps you're right. Okay, we're going to immediately do the quiz again. If the game will let me. Okay. Wasn't the record like 78%? Oh, so that's referring to the clues, not the quiz percentage. So if you click on this great text over here at any time during the game, it'll tell you, you should have noticed whatever percentage of clues. Marie kidnapped Marie. Yes, we did say that at one point. But that's a different percentage. That's for like basically discovering notable things throughout the game. I don't know if that is important to have done in order to get a good ending. In this playthrough, I think in this particular save, we have like maybe 58% or something like that. I have a later save where we have 68%. I think the best I've got is maybe 71. I think we got one time. answer the captain for all deaths. Easy. Let's see. I got behind all my shout outs here. Okay, so this time I'm just gonna pick some wild answers. I just want to experiment with the quiz a little bit and see what it does when I choose things that are different from what we have normally chosen. So I think I'll maybe lean towards something that could be right, but is something that we've never chosen before. Happy to report Reese's Big Cup with Reese's Pieces in them are still very good, but also slightly difficult to eat with only 9 fingies. Wow, that's a 10-finger job? I had no idea. Okay. This is tough because like certain ones, like I'm positive we know the answer, but I guess we'll choose Blackmailer. I think we might have chosen that one time actually, but I might also be thinking of a different question. Welcome back, Tronon. Who was Anton with the Night of the 31st? Let's say nobody. Okay. So mostly I'm wondering if we'll get some different follow-up questions if we choose different things here. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive. Let's say Roy. Who kidnapped Marie. So we've chosen Anita, nobody, and accidentally once Marie, which I guess you could argue is the same as nobody, but I doubt the game sees those as the same. I'm a little tempted to choose Fred for one of these just to see what the game throws at me. Let's do it. Fred. What if we just keep saying Fred? Who signs their name? The Lady in Black. So I think we said Anita at least once. Yeah, the first time through. Oh, right. And that got us the follow-up question. What object did Juste have in common with Marie? An amulet, an aquarium, a medallion, a brooch, a book, or other? The answer to that was a medallion. I don't know if that is... I don't know what that question is trying to tell us. Let's say Maggie. Oh, we got this one again. Interesting. So we don't get this if we say Marie. I feel like this is trying to point us in the direction of Marie being the Lady in Black, but I don't know if that's correct. So we're not going to say medallion, even though we're sure that's correct. Let's say a book. Who killed Juste? Have we ever said Anita? I've talked about the possibility that it could have been Anita, but I don't think we've ever answered the quiz that way. Roy. I accidentally said Juste one time. Roy. Yeah, I think I've always said Roy or accidentally Juste. So let's say Anita. Who found his body? So this is... I forget if it was Chris or Anton. I think it was Chris. We'll pick Fred again. What did Juste lose at the moment he died? Ah, okay, a new question. Um, oh. Oh. Okay, this is a really interesting question. I was like, oh, a key, of course. There's a key on the pier. But at the moment he died, if a key is correct, which, it could be that other is the correct answer here. But if he loses the key at the moment he dies, that means he's killed on the pier. Um, I am also wondering if it's at all possible it's a diamond. I had this thought off stream, I think. I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but I started wondering when the diamond disappears from Roy's cabin. I don't think I wrote that down as a thing to check into. So he's got a backup diamond earring that's in a drawer in his cabin. And after he loses the one diamond, like at that point, his backup diamond is definitely gone. But it's possible that diamond disappears before then, which would then suggest that it was planted in Juste cabin, or maybe based on what this question is saying, maybe Juste stole it for some reason. Why would he do that? I don't know. We got to look into that though. When does Roy's diamond disappear? So it could be a diamond if Juste steals the diamond for some reason and is killed in his home. I don't think he dies in his home. Shit, the medallion. The medallion. Oh, does he get killed on North Beach? I think it's the medallion. That makes sense. Because we know the medallion appears right around the time he dies. I completely forgot about the medallion for a while. But my theory about the medallion was previously that, like, he was in a panic and knew he was in trouble. Not necessarily he was going to get killed or something, but, like, he wanted to either hide the medallion or just get rid of it so he wouldn't have it on him. And, like, either he just, like, chucked it in the ocean, or maybe he... Why does he want to get rid of that so bad? Either he chucks it in the ocean or he specifically puts it in the fishing net. Maybe he does get killed for the medallion. So again, diamonds maybe, but like the more I think about it, I don't think that scenario adds up. That's something we want to investigate though. Medallion seems like the most likely possibility the more I think about it. Don't think it's money. Don't think it's wig. Definitely not amulet. Don't think it's fetish. Could be other if this is referring specifically to the key. But again, I don't think he dies on the pier. I guess I don't know that I have any good evidence for that. I don't know that I have good evidence for it. 6-7 says questions are a burden to others. Answers are a prison for oneself. Oh gosh. One deeply regrettable aspect of this game is that every time I hear Maggie, I suddenly hear Rod Stewart singing in my brain, and it is pure agony. I'm sorry to hear that. Not the game's fault exactly. Make a flowchart for all the triggers for the conditional questions. Oh God. I refuse. I don't think I'm going to make any spreadsheets today. So reverse engineer the code for the entire game and code it in BASIC. There you go. Also, I don't think I said hello to you, Dice4. Good to see you. What did Juste lose at the moment? He died. Other is life. Technically correct. That's true. So I think I'm going to say the medallion here. Even though this is a wrong answers only quiz, I guess I'm going to choose what is probably the right answer here. The target of the shots. So let's say Chris. I don't think we've ever chosen Chris, and I'm curious if we'll get a follow-up that like helps us find the right answer here. From what part of the South Beach did the shots come? We know it's the trees because Chris tells us that. So like this feels very much like the game giving us additional questions to answer. And like, I think in the process of figuring out this answer, we would most likely discover that it's actually Roy that's being shot at. I'm going to go ahead and say trees. Who broke the bookshelf? What? Why are we getting this question? So this feels like it's not based on the previous answer, but some earlier answer in the quiz, which is really, really interesting. Hello, Necrotoaster. Good to see you. Lurking and my son just walked by. Dad, is this that same guy playing that same game forever? I answer, yep. Oh, yeah, it's me. Are you the killer? Maybe. I missed some previous questions here. I'm backing up. How does one quantify progress in the game? I don't think one does that. I mean, there's a percentage. If you click on this great text when you're not in the quiz, it'll give you like how many clues you found, which feels like some indicator of progress. But like that doesn't necessarily mean that you've put things together. So I feel like a combination of that and how well you do on the quiz is kind of your overall progress, probably. Dronon says, I made a spreadsheet for the quiz that scores Robot Space for success more validly. I can't explain without spoilers. Right. Rebuild this game in World Builder. Oh God, that'd be a nightmare. I can't imagine trying to write the code for that. Dronon says, oh wow, didn't think you'd get this yet. Interesting. Next question, who stole the cookies from the cookie jar? Hello, Epton. Got burned by some kid. Sure did. Guess we don't have a sense of whether these questions could also be red herrings. So like at this point, I don't think they're red herrings. I feel pretty good about that. I'm trying to think if there are any that are obviously false questions or misleading questions. I really think that all the questions are there to help you figure things out. But I do think that sometimes you get additional questions because of answering questions incorrectly. Who broke the bookshelf? I guess this is another one where I'm gonna say what I'm pretty sure is the correct answer, just because we've never gotten this before. So we're gonna say Roy. What was he looking for? A book. Like, I'm positive about both of those. Letter, key, money. Like, we know he takes a book, right? So presumably that is what he was looking for. Like, also he uses the book correctly. So we're going to say book. To do what with? Wow. What? This is fascinating. I'm not going to write all this down. It's too much to write down. To read a secret formula, to find a treasure map, decipher the signs, learn to read, decode a message, or other. So he takes the chess book, which is, he uses that to decode a message from the piano. That's 100% the correct answer. There is also a book in there that kind of has a treasure map in it, but he doesn't take that. And then I think the other ones are just incorrect without any evidence to support them at all. Decipher the signs. That's kind of interesting because it's a little bit of a different way of saying decode a message, but I think decode a message seems more correct. What? Why am I... What? This is fascinating. At this point, I feel like the more questions you get, the worse you've done. A message received by a radio transmitter, the Brisbane's motor, a fan in the bar, the piano, Bruce's radio, a letter, a homing pigeon, or other. So received by is fascinating because that suggests a mechanism of the piano I had not really considered, that it's receiving the messages. I don't know why I didn't even think of that, but it makes so much more sense. My previous thought was that someone was manipulating the piano physically in the room with the piano to determine what message it generated. But the thing has a fucking radio in it, and it's receiving the message from somewhere else. That makes so much more sense. But yeah, it's definitely the piano. Who is Menelik? Oh, fuck. Okay. Who is Menelik? The tribe, the wind, the lion, the monkey, the fetish, the king of the spring, or the taboo? So the first two are the ones that stand out to me. Menelik is a name that comes up in the note we find in Chris's cabin. Menelik orders the merchandise. And then we later see a note from the piano that says, tribes need guns, the wind. So is that note actually signed by Menelik? Like the wind is like, indicating that the note is from Menelik. And this also brings up a thing that I had not really considered. Is that the tribes mention in that note is not literally referring to tribes necessarily. It's like a code name for some group or something, or maybe even just a person. Let me catch up on chat here. Next question. Who's a special birthday boy? Breaking a bookshelf to find a book that was on the shelf the whole time. Maybe the shot really was at Chris after all. It makes sense for the lady in black to try to kill him if he's an undercover cop. Possible. Like, it's possible Chris is lying. So, like, initially, like, when we go talk to Roy and Chris says that Roy was the one being shot at, and Roy says that Chris was the one being shot at. If we follow up with Roy in various ways, he will basically admit, and this is a case where it might be interesting to see the exact wording of what he says, but I believe he basically admits that it was actually Chris being shot at. And then we're also told by Anita that Roy was super freaked out and that he looked like he had seen a ghost. So I think that's pretty good message, a pretty good indicator that it was actually Roy. Like, that seemed like an important piece of information there. And I really don't think, other than Roy's initial statement, I don't think we've come across anything else that suggests it is actually Chris being shot at. I think Decipher the Signs is meant to be about the Zodiac, but who knows? Yeah, that could be. That makes sense. Hoomst. We just sent another message. Let's put a new piano together. Menelik won the 1953 Maupiti speed baking contest. Okay, so I think we're going to say the wind. I'm going to write all these down. The lion, I think, is just nothing. The monkey, I think, is just like throwing something in there. That's a thing that comes up in the game a couple times. Same with the fetish. The King of the Spring sounds like, I don't even know what that is. And then the taboo. Yeah, it seems like they're just trying really hard to come up with some different options here. So we're going to say the wind. You have between 25 and 50% of correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. So that's kind of what I expected. Initially, we were intentionally giving a lot of wrong answers. But then when we got new questions, I answered them correctly. So I figured we would do a little better than 0. 67 says, that Alone in the Dark studio got shut down too. Yeah. That's a bummer. Silver started playing that game and it seems pretty good. It seems like kind of what I would want out of a modernized Alone in the Dark. Dronon says 50 to 75. Fascinating. Okay. So I think at this point we go back and investigate some things. Hello, Mr. Nuclear Monster. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I am going to take a quick break now. I need a bathroom break. This will just take me like a minute or two, and then we'll come back and we'll get into some investigating here. It's the Alone in the Dark game. Anyone? There's a word missing from this sentence, and I'm trying to figure out what it was. It's the Alone in the Dark game anyone has made since the first one. Best Alone in the Dark game. Okay, got it. Yeah, I really like the original game. Definitely frustrating in terms of combat, but like there wasn't a focus on the combat, and it wasn't that hard to deal with the combat. The second one is like one of the very few, if not only, games I have started playing on stream and then quit playing. I found nothing particularly enjoyable about it. It didn't have the same creepy vibe of the original, and just the combat was so much the focus and not enjoyable to me at all. I've never played the third one, but it sounds like it's a little better, but maybe still not great. Super weird that the people who made the first one didn't understand why it was good. Well, so the some of the people that worked on the first one, including I think the game designer, did not work on the second game. I can't remember who all worked on the third one, but yeah, I think it's more complicated than that. Like, I feel like if the same team had done a sequel, it probably would have been better. Anyways, be back in just a minute or two. Okay. Derek Ironbrett says 2008 Alone in the Dark is arguably the best janky game ever. So ambitious and sincere, but so janky in execution. It's the game equivalent of an MST3K grade movie. Fascinating. Yeah, I know very little about that game in particular. That does have me intrigued, though. Okay, so I want to real quick highlight some questions here. Who is Menelik? That's very interesting. Like it's really interesting because I feel like the quiz is actually giving us information to piece certain things together. But we're only getting that if we choose wrong answers in some cases, which is kind of fascinating. So yeah, I want to go. Let's go back to my notes that I made and investigate all that stuff. And the first thing was the stuff in Chris's room. Excuse me. Okay. It's nice that time pauses while we're in there. Otherwise, I'd be dead right now. Models, fire, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Really ambitious. Interesting. It's amazing how often this game spits out wild mechanics that I totally respect. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can do this within this save here. There's Chris. Oh, can I give you my riddle anyway? Yeah, go for it. Let's see. I'm going to open a note here so I can write it down. The shifty one at second light gaze upon their vanity. Interesting. The shifty one at second light. Can you also tell me your previous riddle? I think I repeatedly failed to write it down, and I still have not understood the second half of that, and still very curious about that. If I did write it down, I've lost it somewhere. A trio together, alone, cruel and free, perceived the unexpected once there by the sea. After, some will take two, some will take three. Thank you. So that one, that riddle of Dronon's is referring to the... there's three people together at North Beach when Juste finds the wig. Alone, cruel, and free. Oh, are each of those words referring to one of the people, I wonder? Juste tells us that he's alone. I think Roy is probably the cruel one, and maybe Sue is the free one? Although, I don't know. Perceive the unexpected once there by the sea. After, some will take two, some will take three. I don't understand that last part. Two of what? Three of what? Perma-shave. Okay, let's look at this stuff here. So here's the photo. So... So like this is a person kneeling down. They're holding a gun. They're wearing a very military style uniform. Like it looks dark, perhaps black. There's a stripe down the side. They're wearing a belt, it looks like. There's something on their... Like, I don't know if this is a holster on the left hip or what. And then they've got some patches. Like, I think it's mainly the hat and the patches that make this read as military to me. There's also something on the chest here that looks like maybe another patch or like a pin or something. They're wearing white gloves, which, you know, doesn't match the rest of the uniform. So that seems like specifically trying to hide fingerprints as opposed to like part of the uniform or just something they normally wear. And again, they're wearing this hat that has some sort of presumably an insignia or something on front. They have kind of medium length hair. And just based on the note that this is with, I assume we are meant to infer that this is the Lady in Black. Is the game not enough of a riddle? Oops. Oh, wait, no, that's correct. Then we want to read this one. Okay, so here's the note that's with it. Mission order. Lost contact with Agent 0012. And just to give some context for this note, like, this is guessing, but my assumption is that this is a mission order sent to Chris, because this is found in his cabin. He also has a radio transmitter. I'm not sure if we're meant to infer that he wrote this down based on like a voice transmission, or if it was like printed out somehow. My guess is it was written down. Tribe! Fuck! Tribe is right there. Okay, let's read this whole thing through. Lost contact with Agent 0012. Our agent in Adina has intercepted the enclosed message. Follow, and apparently this is a typo, Cicero procedure. Lady in Black. Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Payment in dollars will be done on receipt. As Mara, Menelik, chosen by God, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. So that's kind of interesting, like, you know, it's broken up by ... So maybe we're not fully understanding this message, but this sounds like Menelik is the vanquisher of Judah's tribe. But then we have the message, tribes need guns, the wind. That makes it sound like the wind wants to help tribes. I don't know. But the fact that it says Menelik orders the merchandise delivery, and just the options we had for that question about the encrypted note, like, it makes sense to me that note, tribes need guns, the wind, is Menelik ordering guns. And then payment in dollars will be done on receipt. I don't know if that's what Bruce is up to. Like, Bruce is super nervous starting from before any of these events take place. Before the hurricane, before Marie goes missing, he's like being really like reclusive, hiding in his cabin. Didn't even come out of his cabin during the hurricane. And this is like the captain of the fishing boat. So he's behaving strangely, and then when they get to the island, pretty early the first morning, he takes a bunch of money and he stuffs it in a tree. And it's also notable that, like, that's on South Beach. That's the same area where someone is up in the tree shooting at Roy. Oh, in the original French game, this note was also in English. I think you might have mentioned that before. If Menelik is the vanquisher of the tribe, that suggests he is not part of the tribe. Yeah. Maybe orders the merchandise delivery means Menelik has given you the order to deliver the merchandise. Yeah, I think that's how I would interpret that. Vanquisher of Judah's tribe. I suppose, like, another thing to consider is, like, it could be that Menelik is from an opposing tribe, right? Just because he's a vanquisher of a particular tribe does not mean he's also part of a different tribe. I think that makes sense. I just realized, like, someone asked if some of these questions were red herrings, and there was one asking where are the weapons delivered, and we had Esmera. Yeah, this is one I wanted to look into. We said Esmera just because that was a place that came up. Oh, right, and Aiden was one of the answers. We have Adina here, but not Aiden. I do want to look at... there's 2 different newspapers. I want to go look at those. I think that's the thing we'll do next. I'm just going to go ahead and take a screenshot of this, just in case I want to look at that again later. Did we ever look up Menelik in the encyclopedia? I suppose we did not. I'm doing that. So if I Google Menelik, the top result is Menelik 2. An emperor. Led Ethiopian troops against Italian invaders in the First Italo-Ethiopian War, following a decisive victory at the Battle of Adwa. Recognition of Ethiopia's independence by external powers, expressed in terms of diplomatic representation as court. Yeah, I'm not going to read all this. It's a ton of information. Interesting. Imagine a video game requiring external information. Like, I don't know that it is required necessarily, but I do wonder if it's like, you know, an intentional reference. And also, like, there have been other things in this game, like, you would absolutely have to learn about, like, chess rules if you didn't already know that. Just like chess notation. in particular. Mostly doesn't end well. Okay. So yeah, it's interesting that we're now maybe starting to understand this message a little better. Lady in Black, ... Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Okay. I was just looking at what are the options for who is Menelik? Like, it's just interesting that Lady in Black, ... Menelik, like, it almost could be read as suggesting that those are the same people. I don't think that's correct. Oh, also another thing I just remembered. We are told by someone that Chris is talking to himself in his cabin early this morning. That's not something that we can spy on in any way, as far as I can tell. I tried, coming in here and hiding first thing, but like he's already in his cabin when the game starts. So I think, it's not something we can witness, but I believe it is likely that this message is what he is receiving this morning. So like this is a very recent message is what I'm saying. That seems like a reasonable assumption. Like even if it's not from this morning, I do think it's pretty recent. What is the Cicero procedure? Actually, I looked that up the other day, but I didn't get anything that seemed helpful. Okay, let's move on to the newspapers and see if we can get anything interesting out of that. It's interesting that he has a piece of glass in there. I wonder when that appears. Okay. Let's hop over to our own cabin. Oh, no. For a second, I was like, wait, do I have the newspaper in the safe? But I do. Okay. So this is from this day, right? No. Yeah, a month ago. Okay. It's January 31st. Well, I guess actually right now it's February 1st. The first day of the game is January 31st. Okay, so it says, Le Soir, December 31st, 1953. The president will broadcast on the radio this evening. He will wish all French citizens a happy new year. Page 2. The year in resume. All of the major events of the year, 1953. Page 3 to 5. Okay, so here's the reference to Djibouti. I have no idea if I've been saying that correctly. White slavery. The Council of Djibouti calls for calm after little Marie's disappearance. Let's look up. Okay, so Djibouti is on the Horn of Africa, a mostly French and Arabic-speaking country of dry shrublands, volcanic formations, and Gulf of Aden beaches. Oh, okay. Interesting. I forget exactly where this... So in this game, Maupiti Island is not the same island as the real island of the same name. It's a made-up location that just borrows the name of a real place that's somewhere else. And I can't remember exactly where it is, but I think it's not far from where this is. From where Djibouti is, I mean. The other day I went looking for music files from the game, but all I found were, I think someone must have extracted MIDI files or something similar, but then played them with the wrong instruments so they all sound terrible. That's tricky. Okay, so I feel like just that general information is probably all that's going to be helpful there, but this is interesting. Like, first of all, Little Marie, this is something I talked about with Unsecret Crush. I can't remember if we talked about it much on stream, but Little Marie is an interesting word choice, and I'm really curious what this says in the original game. Like, to me, when I first saw this, like the first time I played the game, like this kind of gave the impression that Marie is like a young girl, but I don't think that's the case. Like, you know, she had an entire piano shipped here from Chicago 2 years ago, so she can't be that young. And then we have Grapes of Wrath. The price of wine will be taxed beginning the 1st of January, page 8. Little Marie, is that a phone? Could be. But the reference to Marie connected to white slavery is interesting. Wait. If this is talking about the same Marie, then what? This is a month ago. Marie disappeared on January 31st. So it's just like a confusing reference to someone with the same name? I'm so baffled by this. I do not know what to make of that. I can't think of anything that makes sense other than it's just referring to a different person with the same name, which, you know, obviously, like, that's possible. It's just a weird choice for the game to make. But maybe it's like, maybe the developers intentionally did that just to kind of, like, throw you off the track. How can we confuse the player more? These devs, exactly. Oh, God. Okay, so then the other newspaper... it might be in my room here, so I'll look through all the stuff I have. If it's not in here, then it's in Anita's room still. Okay, it must be still in there. Dang it.
You wanted to see me?
I absolutely do not want to see you, Anita. I want to see your newspaper. That is in her room, right? Just checking my notes here. Yeah, it's in hers. Okay, we'll just wait a little bit and hope she leaves. Nope.
You again.
We'll keep doing it. Okay, they found the body on South Beach. Oh, I missed a message from Asikim. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Or you're wrong, and the information you get in the game is actually very meta, and you have to know the actual people who lived in French Polynesia during the late 80s, early 90s. That's certainly a possibility. Okay, so here's the other newspaper. So this one is from December 31st. So this is even older. It's like 8 days before the one we just looked at. Rene Coty elected president. Complete election results on page 2. War and bread from our correspondent in Ethiopia. While the people starve, Eritrea's opposition arms itself against the ruling settlement. That's interesting. Especially the mention of Ethiopia. Now that we know Menelik in real life was emperor of Ethiopia in... Oh, okay. So this is 1889, Menelik II. Interesting. But like that seems like it could be a reference that, you know, a connection we're maybe supposed to make. So, and mostly it's interesting that this is a reference to arms that I had previously overlooked. You know, I definitely previously assumed this was just like an additional news article that's not necessarily related to the game. Okay. And then we have white slavery, Djibouti. French authorities are on the trail of a huge network of white slave traders. And then movies by Andre Buzyn, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. It's interesting that there's another reference to blonde there. That feels possibly intentional. Oh, Dronan says, finds a French screen grab. Traite blanche, le consul de Djibouti appelle la population à calme après la disparition de la petite Marie. Okay. White trade, the consul of Djibouti calls for the populace to be calm after the disappearance of Little Marie. Can trust nothing now. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to put a check mark next to some things we've done here. How is Anita important? How is her being a revolutionary important? Oh, and this is Marie's room. That is interesting. So in Marie's room, we have this article basically talking about a revolution. The thing I'm trying to figure out is like based mainly on the photo that Chris has. Like I feel like it fits somewhat more. Like if that's the lady in black, like If I ignore some of the other information we have, I would think Anita is the lady in black. Like, that fits with a lot of things we know about Anita. Hello, Vervain. Good to see you. Two flaxen-haired women are blondes, but two golden-haired men are blondes. Oh, with or without an E? Just saying. Dronan says, fun the useless fact, the French equivalent of a sentence that uses all the letters in the alphabet. Portez-vous whisky à juge blanc qui fume. Means bring this old whiskey to the blonde judge who's smoking. So like if we assume that Anita is the lady in black, like it makes sense for her to be ordering, well, So I guess the orders, the messages in the piano are coming from Menelik, we think, not the lady in black, and not. Does that make sense? I suppose it's possible the messages the piano receives could be coming from someone other than Menelik, and just because like that particular message is from him doesn't mean he sent it directly. And I guess another thing to consider is like if Marie is normally on the island, or you know, at the house, it doesn't make sense for her to typically be the one sending the messages. She brought a piano here that can receive encoded messages, but I would think she's more likely one that is decoding them. I don't know. I'm so baffled. Therefore, what? Is CWM a word? That can't be a real word. I'm trying to think of some phrases that use the whole alphabet, but I'm blanking on them at the moment. All right, so I had a note, does Port Louis on Mauritius come up elsewhere? And I was wondering if that either of those were mentioned in the paper here, and that doesn't seem to be the case. We have Djibouti, Ethiopia. I should have taken a picture of the other newspaper, but I got this one at least. Quim, is that how you say that? A quim is a geological formation where a steep hill curves in a concave fashion, often forming a small lake. Fascinating. Yeah, the quick fox jumps over the lazy brown dog. Quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, I think is how it usually goes. That's the most common one. There's another one I know that I just am not able to conjure up at the moment. All right, I think we're done looking at newspapers. Man. Why is Anton being with Sue important? Still a big question I have. Let me go through this list and figure out if there's anything here to investigate that we can do in this playthrough. Let's go look at the pills in Chris's cabin. So here we have a pill bottle that, again, it looks like it's shoved between some linens or something here. I don't think we can really learn anything else about what this is. Oh, what lovely linen. Okay. And then we have this pill bottle. So let's take the bottle. And no, if we drop it off, it goes right back where it was. Let's go out on the pier and drop it. Nothing special, nothing to read, no smell. So this is odorless pills. But I think these are pretty much identical to other pills we can find in the game. But the main thing I wanted to consider is that maybe it's meaningful that they're kind of stashed here. Excuse me. Like, you know, most of the other pills we find are in, you know, places you would expect to, you know, our main character keeps some pills in his coat here. Like, you know, that's a little bit less weird than just kind of having shoved in between some linen. Like, it almost looks like Chris is trying to hide those pills. Nothing special, nothing to read, no smell. So these pills are, as far as the game is concerned, identical. Automata hates Welsh. Oh no. Jackdaws love my big sphinx of quartz. That's a good one. Feel free to go as late as you want tonight, as I don't have work tomorrow. Okay, thank you, 6-7. I will say, I haven't discussed this on Secret Crush yet, but I have considered the possibility of doing another stream tomorrow if I don't manage to beat this tonight. Okay, so let's see here. Gave the note to Anita. Juste doesn't make sense. He goes to sleep. Was someone trying to get Anita to leave? Why is Anton being so important? Follow Anton. So that happens much earlier. The pills in Chris's room important. I don't think we can learn anything additional about them other than just investigating them. When does Roy's diamond disappear? I really want to know the answer to that. When does the glass appear in Chris's box? Like, the broken glass in Chris's box suggests that, you know, Chris has been investigating Marie's room. I don't think that's super meaningful. Like, we already know he's snooping around. You know, he's a secret cop, so of course he's investigating stuff. But it might be useful to figure out when that happens. Okay, so I think we want to back up at this point. So into the well we go. I lost track of my death count page. There it is. This will be 135. Wait, guess I just have to enjoy this big cookie on my own? Oh, tomorrow, you mean? Well, if that's how it's going to be, then I won't do a bonus stream tomorrow. Okay. So we're going to go to... Let me see when these... So save 1 is at 4:45 p.m. Save 2 is at 9:25. Let's focus on Roy's diamond first. Let's do one thing at a time. I think we'll go with save 2. It's probably still in there at that point. That was some weird sound. Okay. Into the pier. The only person who can weaponize a big cookie. Okay. So basically, the way we're going to investigate this is to keep popping in Roy's room here. I think we could potentially try hiding in there, I suppose. That might be interesting. Okay, so it's still in there at 9:35. And we know it's gone by like 2:30, I think. He leaves at 1:30. Excuse me. And I think it's gone at that point, but I guess I'm not positive. Okay, so let's see if we can hide in here. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll just wait. Let's see. I think I'm going to go ahead and do a search right now. It's possible, like, it doesn't make sense that it disappears if no one has been in the room, but we know this game is a little goofy sometimes, so I think it's worth checking periodically, even if no one has been in. Okay, so then we'll hide again. So it's still there at 11:45. Could do another search. Still there. I'll be a little bit surprised if anyone other than Roy comes. Shoot, I clicked the wrong thing. Wait, not search. Oh! You received a sudden and violent shock to the back of the head that left you half unconscious. Why didn't I foresee this? I should have known this would happen. So that happened, like, I think probably right at midnight. We didn't get killed is interesting. I'm starting to have thoughts that, like, sometimes this happens. We get knocked out. In this case, we're in Roy's cabin. Like, it was probably Roy that came in. We don't know for sure, but, like, that seems like a decent bet. I'm a little bit wondering if it could be possible that Roy knocks us out if he finds us in certain scenarios, and it's someone else that will sometimes kill us. But it could also be that Roy is doing it either way. It's just, it depends on the scenario we're caught in. Like, it's just, in every scenario where we get knocked out or killed, it seems like Roy is, if not the person doing it, like he's at least nearby. And that is a lot of the reason that I have assumed Roy is definitively the killer. I'm just starting to wonder if maybe it's a little more complex. I don't know. Also, my earlier riddle. Let me look at that again. The shifty one at second light gaze upon their vanity. Gaze upon their vanity. We do have mirrors in each of the cabins. I can't figure out what you're suggesting. Oh, he's in there now. Okay.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Yeah. Second light day 2. Yeah, could be. Okay, let's wait until he leaves and just make sure that the diamond is gone at that point. So, oh wait, am I going to get knocked out for just being on the pier? Okay, we're good. Gotta open it first. Razor, scent, diamond. Okay, so it's still here now. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense because he's going to Juste house right now, as far as I know, anyway. Okay, so that's good. So it's 10 to 2, 150. So I think this is a pretty good confirmation that no one is taking the diamond to frame him. This is probably as close as we'll get to determining that definitively. Yeah, I am going to poke at the mirror a little. It's interesting that it said nothing's happening. Okay, yeah, I guess that's not that weird for a push. Oh. Can't see behind a mirror, or can we? Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Smell the mirror. What if we cut the mirror with the diamond? Wait, what? It's gone now. So it disappears at 2. It just instantly disappears. So like I said, the game is sometimes a little quirky. Like, obviously it doesn't make sense that it disappeared when no one was here. Found my party hat and hazing stick. This birthday is going to be great. Welcome back, Russ Mason. A little quirky? Well, yeah, it's very quirky. So I guess I can't try my silly diamond idea. I do kind of want to try that. Putting the diamond on the mirror, just for fun. Okay, let's... Well, let's hide. I know we're going to get knocked out or killed. I want to see which one happens. I think we'll get killed. But I would like to know for sure. Oh, we're still fine at 3? Wait, what? Oh, he's here. Shit. I did not expect that to happen. I didn't even notice that he was here because I figured we would get knocked out as soon as he got back. That's really interesting. Nothing in particular, Val. Just a little killed. We're still good. We're still good. Huh. I'm glad I tried that because this is fascinating. No comment. Let's keep waiting and observing. Like, I think he's probably actually asleep now. I wish the game would be more clear about that. Nothing to signal. Nothing to report. And now he's gone. I don't think it's particularly meaningful that we didn't get killed. It's just interesting. Like, as far as I can tell, that's the game's way of making sure we can't directly witness certain events that would, like, make it too easy to figure out what's going on.
You again.
It's me again.
I couldn't sleep. I was sleeping. I was sleeping.
Figured it out. Roy's socks are vampires. They don't show up in the mirror. So Roy's diamond disappears at 2 a.m. If we hide out in Juste's house, I can't remember if it's knocked out or killed, but that happens right at 1:30. Oh, let's check Chris's cabin and see if that glass is in there yet. What? Oh, he's there. Of course.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Socks don't have a reflection, so it makes me wonder if they're removable. An interesting thought. See, my take on that is this. Well, okay, I guess this looks like it's coming across here, but I feel like the socks are probably too far out of the reflection. Like, yeah, I think the mirror is reflecting everything it realistically would be reflecting here, but I will try. Yeah, we can't take him. I think I've tried various verbs on the socks and underpants here. Dead end. In life, you have to get your feet wet. Sound. It's soft. Okay. Tap, tap. Okay. Let's wait a little. Try Chris's again. Still there. Thought they were on the side.
Again.
Got it. It's me again. I'll be back too. Rip Juste. Chris is out now, at least. I'm pretty sure the glass appears much earlier than this, but this will give us a starting point. Okay. I think the glass probably appears on the first day. It could even be there from the beginning, but I don't think it is. The shifty one at second light gaze upon their vanity. I guess Bruce is also kind of shifty. So it is, I would say it is second light right now. Let's check out Bruce's cabin. Does he have a vanity? Not really. That I can see. I just had the thought that the logs are updated daily, and I don't know that I've ever checked them on the second day. Hinton, hello. Hinton, thank you so much for 19 entire months of support. Oh my gosh. Hinton says, congratulations on beating your birthday for Maupiti Island. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. I hope you're doing well. So what information are you actually lacking or looking for at the moment? I joined midstream. I've been playing this game for 29 streams now, well over 120 hours. It's considered one of the most difficult games ever made. There's a lot of different information I'm lacking. Just to give you a brief summary, we're trying to investigate the disappearance of a woman named Marie. There's all kinds of other things going on. There's someone named the Lady in Black, seems to be pretty important and is probably smuggling drugs or arms or something of the sort. There's a whole lot of people that are all interesting in different ways. I feel like if everyone feels important in some way, and I think the game intentionally gives you not enough information to be 100% positive about anything without really taking a lot of time to think it all through. So we're constantly looking for scraps of information and trying to, piece it all together in a way that makes sense of everything. So I think this January 31st message is there from the beginning. So let's go back and look at so the shifty one at second light gaze upon their vanity. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all? What the fuck is that? Thank you, Dronan. And presto. A bracelet! Whose bracelet is that? Thank you for the Neen Piss, Hinton. Had to come home to look after a tiny dog, which means I get to illicitly watch streams during work hours. Nice. Congratulations. Did you just whisper a fucking clown? No, a clue. A clue, not a clown. So we found a bracelet on the vanity. Oh, it just kind of disappeared on its own. I need another bathroom break. I'll be back in just a minute. The good news is I had a cap on my Sprite, and also my water bottle was closed. I managed to knock both of them over. It's fine. Everything's fine here. How are you? I knocked over my Sprite bottle, which then knocked over my water bottle, but they were both closed. Dronan says, weird fact, you can take that from the hotspot on day 1, but for some reason it only becomes visible later. Oh, wow, that's fun. That's very exciting. Okay, so we have a bracelet. We got to figure out what's the deal with this bracelet. And I assume based on that information, it's not really supposed to be there until day 2. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, hi, Roy.
You wanted to see me.
Ms. Roy, hello. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope y'all had a good stream. Monster Pub. You play an incredible number of games that I've never even heard of. I hope y'all had a great time. And I'm very curious what Monster Pub is, if you don't mind sharing a brief explanation. If anyone's new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing Maupiti Island, a game originally released in 90 for the Amiga and in 1991 for DOS. I'm determined to beat this game tonight. I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm trying really, really hard. Let's ask Roy what he thinks of this bracelet we just found in his room. Show. Oop.
I really like it. One gets attached to things.
One gets attached to things. The clock in this room is fast? Oh, the one in the living room? Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, let's try. We're going to show this bracelet to everyone as our mission right now.
What for? I couldn't say.
Oh, that reminds me. The cookie cake smells so good, y'all. I'm back. Time to age. Yes, it is officially my birthday now. The ideal birthday celebration. Thank you, Unseeker Crush, for flushing your coins down the toilet. Important message via Dronon. Okay. There's a video that says, "Happy birthday, Mike." I'm going to watch it. I hope you all are watching this yourselves right now. It's very good. Thank you, Dronon and Whoosh, for the very special birthday wish. I appreciate that very much. Unseeker Crush, thank you very much for the gift sub to KN Tane. Appreciate that very much. Mousimus, hello. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I hope you are doing well. Thank you, Salt, Efton, Derek Ironbutt. Mizra said, we played 3 games on stream. Oh geez, oh no, my bunnies are gone. In Abe's Odyssey, Metroidvania, Hyper Gauntlet, Dodge Cubes in first person for high score, and Monster Pub, play Slapjack, Solitaire, and interact with cool monsters in a pub. Also glanced at a TTRPG called Spring on Me, and the less I said about it, the better. Oh no. Thank you for all the info. Drone On, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Deavor, thank you, thank you. Many more years of Maupiti. I don't know about that. I think this is the only year of Maupiti I have left in me. Thank you, Afton. Thank you, Silver. Hinton says, as someone who has a birthday every year, try not to break it. I will do my best. Thank you, Hinton. Silver, thank you so much for 2 gift subs to Ace and Midi Mayo. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate all your kindness and support, Silver. Counter says, I want Whoosh to wish me a happy birthday. I feel like that might be possible. Birthday hype train, indeed. Thank you all so much. Mizrai, thank you very much for 16 entire months. Oh my gosh. Every year is the year of Maupiti. I agree. Also, that reminds me of... we used to occasionally see a car with a bumper sticker that said the year of the juggler on the back of it. And this person also had the license plate juggler. And now it seems they got a new car and it's no longer the year of the juggler because that sticker is gone. They didn't put the sticker on their new car, which makes me very sad. Can you believe Maupiti Island isn't on speedrun.com? You could be the first. Yes, we have discussed this previously. I think whenever I finally beat this, I will probably make some amount of attempt at a speedrun of the game. I'm really curious what that will end up being like. Maybe they're an accountant. Oh no. Era of the jugglers is over. Sad times. Connor says, I'm kind of assuming once you finished it, you can probably just run straight to the quiz. Yeah, I'm very much thinking that as well. Although you will at least have to wait until the second day. And you'll have to, enter the code on the medallion and grab some items in order to be able to get down in the well. But we also don't know what happens after the quiz. Maybe that's the end if we get all the quiz questions right. Maybe there's some more. I don't know. But it'll be interesting to think about what a speed run looks like once we get there. Just submit this for the speed run, 140 hours. Okay, let's talk to Anton. I don't think we asked him yet.
I'm listening.
I'm not going to bother to keep track of everyone we've asked here.
I saw a bracelet like that on someone's wrist whose I don't remember.
Okay, so he's seen someone wearing it. I hope someone gives us a little more information than that. Okay. Be amazing if it just rickrolls you after the quiz. Oh, I picked the wrong thing. Whoops. Let's go to Maggie's. It's wild that there's still like items in this game I haven't found, or at least there was. There's probably still more. Thanks for nothing, Anton.
You need me for something, love.
No one is there to verify it, so Spacer will have to watch it himself. That is true. And then if someone else submits a 140-hour run, I will have to verify that also. Oh, I didn't want to give. I take it back. Just show.
I saw a bracelet like that on someone's wrist whose I don't remember.
I'm worried that's all we're going to get, and we're just going to have to take guesses. Anita.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
So, like, it appears after he leaves the cabin. I assume he gets it while he's out.
Frankly, that reminds me of something what I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that same text comes up regarding the wig. Hype train complete at level 2, 22%. Thank you all so much. Appreciate that. Do you have to give him something he likes? From what I can tell, that mechanic doesn't apply to showing people items. Like, I don't think there's any way to get more information from showing someone an item. I could be wrong, but I tried it once, and the response they gave to giving them something they liked was the same thing you get if you haven't talked to them at all yet. Any chance you can see a bracelet in the photo introduced cabinet? That's a great question. Like, I'm trying to figure out, is this Juste's bracelet? Could it be like Lucy's or Marie's? Also, where the heck is Sue? She might be in her room, I suppose. I'm pretty sure she's generally around here at this point in the game.
You wanted to see me.
I did.
You think that's a clue?
I mean, yeah. Okay, we need to get the key from the pier. It does too take. Oh, is the photo still here? Okay, it is. There's a fucking bracelet right there. It's impossible to tell if it's the same bracelet, but it sure looks like it to me. It looks very bright in color, which the one we found certainly is. Let's actually take a better look at the one we found here. We haven't poked at it yet. Like, it's very bright in color, and it's got two, like, gold things on either side. An ivory bracelet with a gold clasp. Okay. Honestly, I'm shocked we got that much of a description out of an item. Okay. So that's all the info we get, but that is interesting. Text on the right is too real. You're alone, worn out. Yeah. I was gonna say it looks like a jade bracelet my grandma had. The gold lines are a clasp and hinge for it to open. Open? Oh, like to put it on. Got it. As opposed to sliding it over your hand. That does make me want to poke at it some more, though. Just out of curiosity. So let's drop it off again. Touch. Everything seems as usual. Just gonna poke it all over the place here. Is it possible this is something we could do something with, I wonder? So, like, it's still a bit of a leap, but I feel pretty good about assuming that this is Lucy's bracelet. But even if it is, like, how did Roy get it? Like, I don't know how to answer that question. Like, did Juste have it with him? Has Roy had it for a while and he just happens to set it down at that point? Both seem possible. And we're just like so many things in this game, like it's a really interesting new piece of information, but it just gives me more questions. Okay. Yeah, I want to find Sue still. We didn't ask Sue about it yet, right? Bob might also be interesting. Like, you know, if it's Marie's bracelet, he might have something to say about it. I guess Bruce is worth asking too. I don't think we asked Bruce, or maybe we did. So Sue, South Beach or Garden, maybe? Let's see. Oh, it's still the morning. Okay. Oh no, I talked to her in her room. I forgot. So we talked to Sue. Let's find Bob and Bruce. I can't remember who we talked to. I think they're both at Maggie's. There's Bob. We might have even asked Bob already. Just want to make sure. Oh, did I leave it there?
I'm listening.
I really wish we could examine things without dropping them off. Really wish. Just a gunshot. I also wish choose on screen was in a consistent place in this menu. So many wishes. Oh my gosh. I missed the on-screen celebration. It didn't show up on my... Yeah, I guess that's not supported on iPad yet. But thank you so much for the cool skeleton on-screen celebration, Pixel Turkey. I appreciate that very much. We can't open the bracelet because the verbs in this menu are not the ones we can use on a inventory item, unfortunately. I really wish they would support that stuff in the mobile app, because that's mainly what I use for Twitch. And they're fun features. Tick, 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 tick. But just to explain it, when someone does a celebration, they can pick an emote, and like a bunch of that emote will like kind of float up from the bottom like balloons all over the stream image. There's also a gigantify emote option where you can make an emote appear in chat just really big. And then there's also an option to add like a little border. And those are all in the channel point rewards section if you're on the website. Okay, we have the bracelet now. Back to Maggie's. Yeah, like it really seems like they just kind of, well, I guess they consider it an experimental feature. So, you know, maybe they don't want to necessarily add it to the mobile apps unless they're sure they're going to keep it around. Now where's Bob? Dang it. Pond. Okay. Oh, and Chris. Strongbox was in the pond, says Bob. Right away, Chris's face lights up. We've seen that before, but...
Hello again.
Yeah, it's me again.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Streamers should be able to turn those options off. Oh, thank you for the giant save emote, Silver. I'm still sad I missed to people keep making reference to this, so just for some context, Nina Marie had a piss emote. You may have seen it in chat here. Unfortunately, Twitch removed it for being obscene. Everyone is very upset about this. I'm especially upset because I missed my chance to gigantify the piss emote. I also can't help but wonder if someone did that in someone else's chat and someone was upset by the sight of it. Is the bracelet in both photos? Both photos? Thank you, Culinary. Honestly, that one's, I think, significantly more upsetting than the piss emote. The piss emote is just funny. It's not obscene at all. It's also a Dark Souls reference. I'm pretty sure we asked Chris already. I'm not going to bother. So let's find Bruce now. At the bar? Tragedy indeed. At least they can't take party toilet from us. I mean, don't say things like that. You never know. They could take away anything they want. I would hope they wouldn't, though. I mean, it's just a toilet. Bruce, great. What's Bruce doing here? Nothing noteworthy. Okay. And Big and
Yes,
Piss
sailor.
might have finally drawn attention to the subtle animation. Yeah, that could be it, huh? Sure.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. Now what? This bracelet, like so many things in this game are so exciting, and then it's like, well, I guess it doesn't give us that much. We do want to investigate it more, but I think we'll have to go back in time and figure out when it appears. My hunch is that it appears when he comes back from whatever he's doing at 2 a.m. Is it possible that the bracelet is another thing that Juste gets out of the water? Like maybe it's tangled up with the wig or something? That seems possible. Also, is a bracelet an option when we're asked why Juste is killed, I wonder? It's just interesting because, I definitely would have not thought anything of that option before, but now, I don't know, maybe. The motive: diamond, medallion, money, a wig, an amulet, a fetish, or other. So yeah, it could be under other potentially, but do you know what they're doing at 2 a.m.? The facts we know are Roy says he's in his cabin sleeping at that point, but we know he leaves. So he's lying about where he is at that time, which I think is important. We know that Roy's diamond is found in Juste's home, right below the window inside his house. the window that has been opened after being stuck and one of the panes is smashed. So presumably someone has broken in, and then also Roy's diamond is right there. So that looks pretty suspicious for Roy, just all of that as a whole. And then prior to that, earlier in the evening, Roy saw Juste get that wig out of the ocean. And like that results in Roy going to do a bunch of stuff and then later possibly kill Juste. So like, I'm pretty sure Roy kills Juste at that time. It's just there's not quite enough information to be 100% positive. So I'm trying to, leave myself open to the possibility that I'm wrong and that I'm missing some important detail. But so far, like, I don't really have anything that is a good explanation for why anyone else would have killed him. There's just so much evidence pointing to Juste. Hello, Game Dev Jeff. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Hope you're doing well. Okay, Manelic. I need more bookmarks. I need more otters. So let's see. I'm going to put an otter for my quizzes. Here's my otters. These are frankly not very good bookmarks, but somebody's got to use them. They're not sticky enough. They fall off too easily. Let's see. Now we're going to put another bookmark towards my notes that we're working on here. Only half hour to my birthday. In a half hour, it'll be my birthday in Central Time. But right here, it is my birthday already. Sleepy time, but happy birthday again. Enjoy the cake. Thank you, Deavor, and enjoy the sleep. Thank you for hanging out. Oops. Okay, so next. Oh, we never got into Chris's cabin, did we? We got so distracted by the bracelet. Mr. Nuclear Monster. Thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate your 4 months of support, and thank you very much again. Game Dev Jeff says, thank you for the shout. Doing great, lurking from a meeting. Nice. Or not nice, depending. Thank you for lurking, and I hope the meeting is at least moderately enjoyable. Oh my gosh, Culinary Disaster, thank you so much for 500 bits. The Swamp Gator loves those bits, and I appreciate them very much. Thank you for all your support, Culinary. Okay, so we're just going to check. Oh, it's still open. That's interesting. Glass is in there. Okay, I figured. Actually, I think we did check on that. All right, let's go. Let's do a reset here. I think we want to get back a little earlier in time to investigate some things better. So let's see if we'll go to Juste. And then the well. Down the well we go. That pins something to chat? Oh, no worries. That's fine. Not a big deal. Oh, yeah, I see. It's just a little... No big deal. Ain't hurting anybody. 136. Oh, gosh. Deavor. Wait. Deavor, thank you so much for 7 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Did the alert not go off for that? And Kyle Adair, thank you so much for the Garf celebration. Incredibly appropriate. I wish I could have caught that. But I hope everyone who is not on mobile enjoyed it. That's fantastic. And thank you again, Deivor. Appreciate everyone's support very much. It did? Okay. I must have just been distracted. Sounded like you were mad at Deivor. Definitely not intended. Okay, let's load save 2, I think. Okay. So we'll start with the glass. Let's see if the glass is there yet. Hopefully he's not in there. He is.
You wanted to see me?
No, I didn't. Go take a walk or something. Can we wait that out, or is he going to be there for the night? Okay. Let's figure out the bracelet situation. Oh, is it there right now? Oh, okay. It's definitely not there. But if we look, it says a clue. Huh. So based on what Deivor said, I assume we could go ahead and take it already, but I would think it's not meant to be there until we can actually see the close-up of it. Okay, let's wait. Let's just wait a bunch. We might get knocked out here. I can't remember. I guess that doesn't happen till later. Okay, so now we can see it. That's really interesting. Like, it feels like this is maybe appearing here as soon as Roy has obtained it. And it almost seems like the diamond disappears from the drawer as soon as Roy needs it. I don't know. It's weird. The timing of stuff. I wish it was more realistic, because it's so hard to understand what's actually happening. Visually, it's not there. Hotspotted is there. Got it. So it's there at 1:50 a.m. at least. Okay. Who gave the note to Anita? Juste doesn't make sense. He goes to sleep. Someone trying to get Anita to leave. I don't know. That's an interesting question, but I don't know if there's anything we'll be able to do to investigate that further. It might help to know exactly when the note appears in Anita's room. I'm pretty sure it's there already. Yeah. I want to say it's there as early as 7 or 8. Why is Anton being with Sue important? Okay, so one of the things I wanted to do regarding that was to follow Anton. Oh, but we can't because it's nighttime. I forgot about that. You can't follow at night. I wonder if there's anything we can do to get more information out of Bob in terms of why he is in Anita's room. So let's try that. That's something we can do before we reset here. So I'm going to grab some of Marie's items that he likes. Brooch. And there's a letter. Okay. And what's the best way to do this? Can we... Is it too late to get in here? Yeah, it is.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Yeah, I know. I thought maybe it was. Okay, let's wait. Oh, wait, it's 3 a.m. now. Okay, it's too late to do that. Never mind. I was thinking it was not midnight yet for some reason. I feel like it's easy to lose track of what where I'm at because I'm resetting so much. Okay. Do we want to go back further is the question. I would like to ask Juste about when he finds the wig. I want to figure out... Yeah, I think we should go back further. 4:45 p.m. is our first save. I think that's a good time. Okay, so what's the first thing we should focus on? That's the question. I think the note or Juste in the wig. Let's see. So Juste fishes the wig out of the water at like 6 or 7. I think 7. I feel like the note appears pretty soon after that. So I think I've talked about this before, but it's worth mentioning again regardless. Like, my best guess about the note, for a while I've kind of assumed it was Juste, and at this point I feel like it's a decent guess that it's Juste wants to tell Anita about whatever he has learned as a result of finding that wig in the ocean. But wait, right. That doesn't make sense because Juste goes to sleep. He isn't trying to meet anyone at the well. So that doesn't make sense. I keep forgetting about that. So who gives her that note? Again, like, it does seem possible that the note is given her to get her to leave. So, like, Bob, for example, is searching her room. All right, let's go to Maggie's. We're talking about the note, so let's focus on the note first. Of course she's there.
You wanted to see me.
Grab gifts? Yes, thank you. For Bob. Right. I had done that. But now they're gone. hands are full. Okay, we'll drop. Oh, binoculars. Get out of here. Oh, the handkerchief. That's great because that's another thing Bob likes. Okay. Perfect. So now I got 3 things. Let's do a quick save and slot 4. Just in case we want to come back here and try this again. Okay, so we'll wait a little bit. We'll try Anita's room again. I bet she's still there. Yeah.
You again.
It's me again. $6:30. 7. I know she'll leave for dinner. Okay, there we go. Okay, so is it there now? Whoops, that's the Buddha, not the jar. Okay, it's there. It's there at 7. Okay. Does it appear sooner? Also, what is she up to? Is someone in the room with her is the big question. 7. Also, like, I still have this note that Anita's in the kitchen with Juste at some point in this time period, and I still don't know when that actually happens. Like, it's clearly something I saw. I just wrote it down in the wrong spot, maybe in the wrong day, maybe the wrong time. I mean, it couldn't have been on the second day. So it had to be the wrong time. Okay. So Anita is in her room with Sue at like 5 to 6. So if we come here, she's at the garden from 4 to 5. I'm just curious if we could get in there before she comes back, if the note would be there. Probably not. Where does she get that note? So I have to go, plus the hazing stick battery drained to 0, and it probably should have been waxed beforehand. I have a happy birthday spacer. Thank you, Res Mason. I appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you have a good night. And thank you for the birthday wishes. Do you have any plans for what you're going to play for December this year? Assuming it's in Maupiti Island still, of course. I do not. I have not thought that far in advance. But there are tons of other DOS games of interest to me. I really only thought of as far as like some games I want to play after Maupiti Island, which the first one is going to be Deja Vu, the original Mac version. I know that won't be nearly as punishing, and I need a shorter game first before I get into, like, I would love to play other games that are this difficult, but I definitely need a long break before I do anything remotely like this again. Well, let's read the note again. Be at the well tonight at midnight. I have things to reveal to you. A friend who wants to help you. Have things to reveal to you. A friend who wants to help you. Like, it's not signed, and I would assume that she doesn't know who this note is from. How How does she get it? Is the question. Surely the next December is still years away. Okay, let's move on to a different thing, and then we'll maybe try coming back to this. We can check on the glass in Chris's room. I feel like that's not that important, but we'll go ahead and do that. Hopefully he's not there. Don't be there. Good. Oh, it's open already. Okay, so no glass. At 7:40, right? Can we hide in here? Okay. Oh, Chris is here now? No comment. I should have searched before he got back. I think he's just sleeping this whole time. Oh, he's... Wait. No, no one's in the cabin at this late hour. Did we know he leaves his cabin? Okay, now it's here. 2:15. He leaves his cabin. It's the wrong time. Oh, he goes to the parlor in the bar. Okay. Let's go check on him. Okay. Chris gives you a big ironic smile.
What for? I couldn't sleep.
Couldn't sleep. Check the... Jordan said check the photo. Checking the photo. There's a fucking bracelet? Shit. Oh! I totally read that as like glove with like that's the, you know, the end of the glove. Okay. And it's on the same hand as Lucy. So, shit. Is Lucy the lady in black? And then when she's on the island as Lucy, she's wearing a wig. What does that mean, though? What does that mean for everything else? Okay, so new theory is that Lucy is the lady in black and Anita is her accomplice? Does that make sense? I feel like it could make sense. But then what's up with Marie and her fucking piano? Like, that... Yeah, that doesn't... Fuck. Maybe I should go take the quiz again and just see what new things it throws at us. Because definitely we've never said that Lucy is the lady in black before, and that could get us some, God forbid a woman have hobbies. What's the deal with any fucking piano? So true. God, it's almost 1 already? It's terrible. Bracelet. And multiple people said the bracelet was familiar, and then at least one person talked about the bracelet in a similar way to the wig. So I feel like that all fits together pretty well. Like, we were already pretty sure the wig was Lucy's. So if Lucy is the lady in black, what does that mean for everything else? Almost 1 a.m. and further from finished Maupiti Island than ever before. That's so true. Okay, this save is not a good setup to do the quiz, so let's figure out if there's anything else we can do right now, and then we'll just reset and go into our save where we can. Bracelet and Rice Cabin. Oh, ask Juste about the wig time period. Is that something we can do? Oh no, it's 3 a.m, so he's already dead. Okay. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and reset, I think. No, we can go in the pond this time. Mix things up a little bit. 138 deaths. Oh, let's do, actually, I should take a slightly longer break. I should take a 5-minute break. Because I haven't had a longer break yet. I'm so into this game, I don't want to take breaks, but I should. So I'll do that, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Tonight's been a good session, much mental expansion and possible remapping. Yeah, indeed. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Okay, hello. Colin says, I still don't really know what's going on, but it's fun watching. Well, good news, I feel the same way. We're all in the same boat here. Literally. So we were going to go to the quiz. I think that's the most interesting thing to try right now. Wait, what time is it? It's the second day, early in the morning. Okay. I was just trying to think if there's anything interesting we could do right now. Every time. Just got to wait until 4 so we can go down the well. Menelik orders the merchandise. Okay. Oh, turn, not take. Well, first we got to put this in. This sequence here feels like an important part of the speed run. Get this sequence down perfectly. And this is just a run killer right here. Ideally, you want to not encounter this at all. Oh, wait, that's the wrong spot, right? Yeah. Oh no, did I screw it up? 2 measures of water. 2 measures of water. Did I misclick? Oh, did I put them in the wrong spots? So 5 deaths heads goes on the left? I thought the first was the second and the second is the first. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna write this down. Who is Anita? So now we're going to take this new information and this time I will once again try to answer things in a way that I feel is correct according to our current understanding. We might do it again with some guesses just to see if we get any additional interesting questions. But here we're going to say revolutionary. Who is Anton with the night of the 31st? Sue. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive. I think at this point, still overwhelming evidence that Roy murders Juste, and therefore Anita is the last one to see him alive, aside from Roy. Who kidnapped Marie? So this is an interesting one to think about now. If we are assuming that Lucy is the lady in black, and is probably not working with Marie, then I think I guess based on the fact that someone fires a shot at Roy that doesn't seem to be any of the characters we interact with, I think it's reasonable to assume that there is at least one person on the island that we don't ever see or interact with directly. So I'm inclined to think that the lady in black is on the island, whoever she is. So I'm inclined to answer Lucy to this question. I don't think we have a lot of good evidence to explain who kidnaps her. I'm also I keep thinking it's still possible, the twins idea, even though it's kind of out there, just if it didn't tie into the pirate thing so well, I don't think I would consider it any further. But it is kind of interesting how it just kind of, if there are twins, it's an interesting way to tie all that together. But yeah, I feel like we shouldn't think in that direction too much, just because there's not enough to back it up. So who kidnapped Marie? I'm going to say Lucy. Who signs their name, the lady in black? Again, I'm going to say Lucy. What object did Juste have in common with Marie? Medallion. Who killed Juste? Again, Roy. The motive? A diamond, a medallion, money, a wig, an amulet, a fetish, other. Okay, so let's take a minute to think about this some more. I'm pretty sure Roy kills Juste. And we now know, so important backstory here, I think, is that we're told Roy helps Lucy get off the island. And at this point, I think that is actually correct information. And this actually, I feel like this suggests that Roy is working with the lady in black, / Lucy. Because Roy sees Juste with that wig and is worried that Juste is going to figure out who Lucy really is. Oh my God, is it happening? Hello, Maple Mystery. I don't know. We have learned some interesting new information. I'm very curious to see what kind of result I get on the quiz now. Specifically, we found a bracelet that Roy had in his cabin. It seems to appear at some point on the first night, the first in-game night. My best guess is that he he gets it when he leaves the cabin and possibly when he is murdering Juste. Like maybe he gets it from Juste even. But we have then noticed that Lucy is wearing a bracelet that looks like a possible match in the photo we have of Juste and Lucy. And that also the photo of the lady in black actually has a bracelet on the same wrist. I thought it was a glove the whole time. Like I thought it was like the wrist part of the glove, but it really does look like a bracelet. Hope you had a good stream. Saw Sonneville playing the demo of the Crimson Diamond. And it looks so good. Yeah, very excited for the release of that. Oh, you ran the dishwasher? So some exciting news that I forgot to share. Our dishwasher got fixed today at last. It's been over a month since we had a working dishwasher, and it's been kind of exhausting to keep up with. We've had to eat out a lot. We've been using paper plates and bowls as much as possible just to reduce the amount of work. But at last we have clean dishes we didn't have to wash manually. Okay, so going back to, so Roy sees Juste get this wig out of the water, and he's like, oh shit, he's going to figure out who the lady in black is. I feel like I can't come up with a scenario that makes sense of all this where Marie isn't also in on the whole lady in black business. But I mean, I guess that's possible, right? I think the only thing that makes me worry that is wrong is, you know, we're asked who is the lady in black's accomplice at one point in the quiz. And like that suggests she only has one accomplice. So, you know, that it couldn't be Roy and Marie, right? But then the other thing is like, could Medallion potentially be the answer to this? Is it possible? Is it possible that Roy isn't in on? Oh, Roy. Okay. Wait. Roy, we know that Roy would do anything for Marie. So maybe it's not that Roy is worried Juste is going to figure something out. Maybe Roy has actually figured something out. He sees that wig and realized that Lucy was not who she said she was. Does that make sense? Or maybe that Lucy has returned secretly. Like that would certainly be a surprise. Like if Roy thought he helped Lucy leave the island and she's suddenly back and her wig ends up in the ocean, like But then we have the messages from the piano. Shit, I should have went back and looked at the notes from the Lady in Black to Bob again. That would have been really helpful. I think I'll take my best guess at this, and then we'll go do that, and that might help me make better guesses here. Had to eat out is maybe debatable. I mean, we're doing everything we could to minimize our dishes. That's all. Crack the case. The lounge and the candlestick with Colonel Mustard. I think you've got it. Was an easy fix or something weird that needed a special part? It needed a new motor. The motor was dead, which is a bigger job than I would have wanted to do myself. And also, we did our best to kind of work out what might be wrong, and my best guess was the motor, but like I didn't want to just like order a new motor and replace it, because what if it's still busted at that point. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Maple Mystery. Appreciate that very much. It was established that Lucy and Marie were around at the same time. That's like a really great question that it's one of many things where the information we have is so vague, it's really hard to answer. Lucy left like a while ago is kind of the rough idea of what people tell us. I don't know if that's the correct wording, but like it's not definitive. When they first talked about it, I assumed it was like months ago, but then we got some more information that kind of suggested it was, maybe in the past few weeks, maybe even in the past like week or two. So I feel reasonably confident that Lucy and Marie were around at the same time at one point, but I'm definitely not positive. And like, I'm definitely open to the possibility that they could be the same person. I really don't know. Like, I feel like if they were the same person, that would explain some stuff. But also like, it's a little bit hard to believe that people who, talk, we're around them on a regular basis for long periods of time would have not realized that they're the same person if, it was just the same person in a wig and like different makeup or something like that. Six Seven says, "Oh, those photos. Now I get it." I'm curious what you get, but I'm not sure that I want to ask. Dronon says Lucy was present on the island at some point in the past, simultaneous with Marie, but it's not made clear how long ago. Right. Thank you for confirming what I was pretty sure was correct. Okay, so and then the other big piece of this puzzle is like, oh, right, the medallion. Like I was going to talk about the medallion, but then I remembered that question we got about where was that? What did Juste lose at the moment he died? That feels like a really important question. Again, I initially thought it was talking about the key because we see the key on the pier, but I don't think it's the key. I think the key like falls out of his pocket later. I think that Juste is killed on North Beach and he loses the medallion when he dies. And I kind of suspect that that might be what Roy was actually after. Because he knows Marie has a medallion. Most likely. I imagine he does. And Juste has one also. And he's definitely... Roy seems concerned about Marie. Okay, so we're going to say medallion. Like, I think the wig is a thing that, starts a sequence of events, but I think he's killed because Roy really wants that medallion. The exact hour of the crime. I don't actually know this. I think I'm going to say 1:30, but I'm wondering if it is actually later. Because if it happens on North Beach, I feel like it must be later. Because we've hidden in Juste's house. In like, I think we get killed at 1:30, but like we're able to hide there until 1:30. But Juste seems to leave when someone breaks into his home, presumably Roy. Like, we've got what Anita tells us to back that up, and we've got the medallion being in the net on North Beach. Like, that is, shoot, when exactly does that appear? I know at one point I felt it was definitive that Juste died at 1:30, but I think that was based on us getting killed for being in his house. Yeah, we get killed if we're in Juste's house. Medallion appears at 1:30. Okay. So if the medallion appears at 1:30 and he loses that when he dies, then that's when he dies. So yeah, I think that's right. I think that's just a little bit of weirdness in the way this game handles timing of things. You know, realistically, it would have taken him a few minutes to get to North Beach, but that's not really how this game works. The target of the shots. So yeah, I feel like things are starting to fit together somewhat here. Roy is trying to help Marie, and that is separate from what Lucy is up to as the Lady in Black. And like if Lucy is the one that kidnapped Marie, then oh gosh, I just remembered thought he saw a ghost. I guess that kind of makes sense if Roy was sure that Lucy was not on the island and he suddenly sees her shooting at him. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean he literally thought she was dead, but like he 100% did not expect to see her there. It doesn't quite like... It seems like if he thought the wig was important, he would have started to figure that out, but it at least fits. So we're going to say Roy. Like, I feel like if Roy is starting to piece things together and figure out who Lucy really is, then absolutely she would try to take him out. So Roy, and then the shots were fired at 10:30. What? What is going on in this emote, Culinary? Thank you for the gigantic emote. I can't understand what's going on here. Okay, so Dronon says actually 50 to 75. So... Hinton. Thank you, Hinton. Oh, it's a screenshot of low bitrate. Okay, Adrian. Okay, that's about what I thought it looked like. Hinton, thank you so much for those 2 gift subs to Average Goon and Skull in Spirit, which is a great username. I appreciate your support very much, Hinton. I'm glad we're all so baffled by this. Mousesmith says, oh my god, this game, I would be convinced it's bugged by now. Unsecret Crush, what you missed is, like, I thought I finally had a pretty, like, to me it felt like the explanation I've come up with, that fits the most pieces of all this together, and I got 0 to 25% correct according to the game. Dronon says it was actually 50 to 75, but, like, the fact that, like, both of those are worse than what we've been doing. So, like, I think the stuff I thought I figured out is just not correct. I don't know. I still have no idea what are the things that I'm right about. You know, there's certain ones like Anita being a revolutionary, Anton goes to see Sue. Like, I feel pretty good about those, but there's just so many others that I don't know. So I do wonder, like, what if we could go a little further with the things I just talked about and say, okay, what if all that is kind of correct, but also Marie is actually Lucy? Because we do know that they have a lot in common. Oh, wait, no. Dronon said they're both on the island at the same time. So at best, they would be twins, right? Unless this is like, you know, they're never seen in the same room at the same time situation. Which, like, that's venturing too far into, like, wild speculation without any basis. Thank you again for the happy birthday gift subs. Hinton. You hollered and I looked at the stream, but I was still confused. It almost looked like it didn't let you answer the last question. No, I did. I said 10:30. Hootin', hollerin', bafflin'. That's about right. So oh God. Let's do it again. We're going to do it again. I can't decide if I'm going to take another shot at a solid theory or just make some shit up and see what questions we get again. Time is circular and the inhabitants of Maupiti Island are in a repeating cycle of reincarnation. I'm looking at Dronon's earlier hint again. A trio together, alone, cruel and free, perceive the unexpected once there by the sea. After, some will take 2, some will take 3. What are they taking? I'm gonna go brush my teeth, try not to have any hollering revelations while I'm occupied. I'll do my best. Do you want a metric by which you can roughly gauge your quiz performance? I'm gonna say yes. Like, I'm increasingly convinced that this game is just impossible to figure out without some guidance. So, like, I guess I'm feeling increasingly okay with, like, additional guidance. Like, I still very much wish to, you know, figure it out on my own, but additional information to help me get there is very much appreciated. Oh, 6-7, you did not miss the cookie. So the cookie, I'm very excited about it. But it will not be ready until tomorrow. So we'll take pictures and post them on Discord. The more questions you're given, the more you're usually, but not always, getting right. Okay. That is very good to know. Okay. So it's not consistent there, but it is more like what I originally thought, that generally if you're getting more questions, you're on the right track. It's just I can't assume that's always true. So that's really interesting. Like, that makes me wonder if there were some things I got right the last time I did the quiz by just making shit up that I haven't normally gotten correct. Because we did get some really interesting questions last time. God. Like, what did Juste lose the moment he died? Okay, so plan for this round. I think I'm going to stick to the what I believe are the right answers for the ones I'm confident about. But for the ones I'm not confident about, I'm going to take some different guesses. I might also take some time to figure out if, maybe some wild guesses I took with quiz number 8, might have been correct. Okay, so we're going to say revolutionary. We're going to say Sue, because these two I feel pretty good about. I'll be very sad if I'm wrong. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive. So we said Roy last time, and I think we're going to try that again. Who kidnapped Marie? Not last time, the time before, quiz number 8. So we said Fred. I'm pretty sure Fred is a made-up person. So the times we've gotten a lot of questions, and most of the times that we've gotten a pretty good score, we have said that nobody kidnapped Marie. And like, I'm definitely inclined to go back to that theory. So when we say that nobody kidnapped Marie, and that Marie is the lady in black, we get some follow-up questions. Whereas, let's see, if I say Anita, we get, what object did Juste have in common with Marie? A thing I keep wondering is, like, is it possible that Anita is the lady in black, like Bob suspects, and that Marie is her accomplice? But Anita hates Marie and is happy she's gone. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's not her accomplice. A little bitch. I guess, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, if they're working together and Marie is difficult to work with, then it makes sense how strongly Anita feels about her. Like, you know, if they were just acquaintances, like she wouldn't have such strong opinions if they didn't get along. Oh, right. She also said about Lucy, wasn't a girl like us, caught her snooping. I can't make sense of the bracelet situation. Like, the bracelet looks like the same one that's in the photo of Lucy, and it looks like it's the same one. Oh, but Anita also has a bracelet. Are they different bracelets? I mean, we don't see them that well. But like I said, I feel like we do good when we go with the theory that nobody kidnapped Marie. So let's go with that. Well, let me review again. When I said Anita kidnapped Marie, and then Anita's the lady in black, we got the follow-up after the lady in black question. What object did Juste have in common with Marie? Whereas if we say nobody and Marie, we get what does the lady in black do and who is her accomplice? That feels more like we're on the right track. You know, what object did Juste have in common with Marie is a follow-up question about a completely different person that I feel like is maybe, you know, trying to help us figure out that it's actually Marie that's the lady in black. I hate that I'm like analyzing the quiz so much to try to figure out what happened here, but I also feel like we kind of have to. Okay, so we're going to say nobody, and I think we're going to say Marie is the lady in black again. What does she do? I think we're going to say arms. Like, at this point, it feels like there's more noteworthy references to arms than there are references to drugs. I think for a long time I was convinced that drugs made more sense, just mostly based on the fact that that becomes a topic we can ask people about. But I'm going to go with the arms this time. Where are the weapons delivered? And then we get, like, this follow-up feels very intentional. I think the answer here is actually someplace else. I think they're delivered to the pond. So someplace else. Who killed Juste? And this is where, like, I'm starting to forget, like, what is the current theory I'm working on here? Didn't the note say Asmara? Yeah, like maybe, yeah, it could be asking about where they're ultimately going to. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Oh, I have the screenshot of the note. Let's look at that. Okay. So it says, Lady in Black, Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Payment in dollars will be done on receipt. Asmara, Menelik, chosen by God, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. So yeah, Asmara could be correct. I'm going to just make a note about that. Okay. Oh, right. Lady in Black notes. We need to go look at those. But like, I think what makes sense here is like the strong box shows up in the pond, but that's not where it's being delivered to. I think the Lady in Black wanted Bob's help to get it from the island to its final destination. That makes sense. So Asmara is perhaps the final destination of those weapons. Tribes aren't getting guns if they're sinking into quicksand. Yeah, exactly. Eritrea shares a border with Ethiopia, I believe. Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay, so Asmara is the capital of Eritrea. Got it. And just looking at a map here. Okay, and so that's like northwest of Djibouti, and like Ethiopia is south of Asmara. Okay, interesting. Only know this geography from playing Hearts of Iron 4. Interesting. Things I learned from my Ethiopian apprentices. Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I wish I could back up and answer that differently, but that's okay. So who killed Juste? I think I'm gonna go with Roy again. Again, like Roy is an answer we've given that has been a theory we've gone with repeatedly when we've gotten pretty good scores. So I think we're going to stick with that. Like, I still feel pretty good about it. The motive. So the wig gets me follow-up questions. But I want to look at what those questions were. So when we said the wig, we get the follow-up questions. Who did the wig belong to? What happened to Lucy? And who was Lucy? And when I said the wig, we got one of our best scores ever. So I think I'm going to go with the wig. Who did the wig belong to? Like, it has to be Lucy's wig, right? And again, that's another answer we gave on that quiz where we got a really good score. So I'm inclined to say Lucy. I'm just trying to like figure out like what is the whole picture of this theory. I guess ultimately the theory we're currently working on is pretty similar to what we had before. It's just the thing being shipped as arms instead of drugs. And it's possible that that was the primary thing we had wrong before, and that most of what we said was correct. So I think I'm going to go ahead and say Lucy. This is the thing I'm less sure of. What happened to Lucy? She had an accident. She's gone. She's dead. She's been kidnapped. She's disappeared. Previously on that quiz we got a real good score on. We said that we said other. Oh wait, no. Other was who was Lucy. Dead was what happened to Lucy. But I'm still not confident about either of those answers. And I can't figure out how she fits into everything. Connor, thank you for the mega flush. Thank you for saving up so many coins to do that mega flush, and rip to the plumbing. Who should the wig belong to? When will they wear this wig? What happened to Lucy? She had an accident. She's gone. So we're told by various people that Roy helps Lucy get off the island. She's a stowaway on the bamboo, the fishing boat, and gets off at Port Louis in Mauritius. Let's look up where that is. Oh. Okay, that's an island. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So that's an island that's kind of towards the south. It's east of Madagascar. So that's kind of in the other direction of a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, which is interesting. I don't know what to make of that. She went to this guy with diamonds. Silver, you should go to bed. I support you going to bed. You thought you had problems with the dishwasher. The pipes are broken thanks to calling it a disaster. Well, plumbing issues aren't exactly new around here. My presence is like 2 cups of rice down your sink. Okay. I can't piece together the bracelet thing in all of this. It's my biggest question. Dan Van Dam, hello. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Hope you're doing well. Ah, yes, the bracelets. Sorry, I might be getting a little bit tired. To me, the thing that still makes the most sense here is either she's dead or I guess, like, if we're coming back to this theory that Marie is the lady in black, a thing I thought for a long time, and maybe coming back around to, is that the body on South Beach at the end is Lucy, not Marie. And the hair color is different because she doesn't have her wig on. The body's decomposed, so it's not obvious that it isn't actually Marie. People are just kind of assuming it is because she's currently missing. But yeah, I think she's dead. I still don't know who she was. a drug dealer, a thief, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other. I guess a thing that I possibly haven't considered enough is that Chris's photo isn't the lady in black. It could be Lucy, but not the lady in black. And if that is Lucy, I guess I would be inclined to think revolutionary is the correct answer here. I think I'm going to go with that because it seems like a decent theory. The target of the shots. Okay, so this gets a little trickier. Oh. What if it is Chris? Because we said Chris that time we got a bunch of new questions. And I was wondering if maybe that was right. So if it is Chris, like, Chris is a cop, so whoever the lady in black is, it makes a ton of sense for them to be shooting at Chris. Also, like, I think it feels like a solid theory that Roy thinks Marie is dead at this point, or that something has happened to her. So he would still be shocked to see her. Yeah, I think I'm going to say Chris, just because that I'm really curious if we'll get the same follow-up questions we got earlier today, if I say Chris for this. Even if I'm not 100% positive about it. From what part of the South Beach did the shots come? So like this is the same thing we got again, trees. Who broke the bookshelf? I'm pretty positive that's Roy. What was he looking for? A book. To do what with? Decode a message. Y'all, I'm feeling really good about this. A message received by, I'm going to get 0% right. A message received by the piano. Who is Menelik? The tribe, the wind, the lion, the monkey, the fetish, the king of the spring, the taboo. I still feel like out of these, the wind makes the most sense. So we're going to go with that, I think. Tribes need guns, the wind. Yeah. You have between 75 and 100% of the correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. We did pretty good there, y'all. I feel really good about that. I'm trying to check. I'm not sure the game has ever said I did that well. Yeah. Hello, Old School Jay. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's still going. It's still going. We're so close. Oh, man. I'll say you've broken your previous record by a 4% margin. Okay. Oh, so the percentage is accurate. Got it. So this is the best we've done. the real question is, what did I get wrong? Maybe just the Asmara question. I wouldn't be surprised if I also got some of the Lucy stuff wrong. But yeah. Oh man, this game. Welcome, Old School Jay. Been here to experience some progress. It's not success, but it reaches ever closer. Have a rad night, all. Thank you, Silver. You have a good night as well. Yeah, and I hope your hand improves quickly. Are you planning to do a post-mortem on this game once it's wrapped? I would love to see your final take on it. Yeah, so the plan is once I finally finish it, I also really want to check out the Amiga version because that's the original version of the game. And it has some really interesting differences. The art is very different. I feel like from screenshots I've seen, I prefer the art in this one, but it'll be interesting to see the differences. Like even like characters have completely different designs, and I would just love to see what everybody looks like and stuff. There is a lot of animation in the Amiga version that I would love to see. Like it seems like maybe even all of the scenes have a little bit of background animation happening in them. Certainly a lot of them, at least. There's ambient sounds in various scenes. The music sounds very different. I would say like better overall. So yeah, I would really like to check out that version. And I feel like that'll be a great opportunity to like just take a full stream and like play through that very slowly and just kind of, talk about what's interesting about this game and like just kind of think about how I feel about it now that I'm finally done with it. And I'm also hoping that Dronon will be around for that because they played the game before and have been an extremely helpful guide. And I'm hoping that at that point they can, tell me about some interesting stuff that I missed, and then that'll give us an opportunity to check that stuff out too. Have you reached out to this dev? No, it's a French developer. I don't really know much about the folks that created it or what they're up to now. Syllogism. Hello. Now, the hard part, if you've multiple things wrong and won't get any feedback from the game. Yeah. That's been the tricky part all along here. But I feel like I feel increasingly convinced that our basic theory here is correct. We just are missing some details. I think saying that the shots were actually fired at Chris, and I think saying that it was arms were the big improvements that we made over our previous attempts at this. So I feel really good about those answers. I also feel pretty great about the follow-up questions we got and the answers I gave to those. Okay. I'm definitely going to do this again, and we'll say Asmara. Oh no, the water got me. Yeah. Since we're in the 75 to 100, like, it becomes very hard to know if we're doing better. But at least we have Dronon to help with that. I've emailed the admin of a largely dead French fan message forum, but that's as far as I've gone. I also asked some questions on the forum. Right. Yeah, and if we drop back down to a low percentage, that's useful too. Okay, I'm going to take one more bathroom break. We'll come back. We'll do the quiz again. And we'll see how it goes. I probably won't go too much longer, but we'll see how things go here. Okay. Hello. I remembered my note in the corner here. Lady in Black notes. We're going to go look at that first before we do the quiz again. I don't look at this. Lil Prehistoric Sweetie. That's a great emote. Okay. So I think we can just cancel. Because those notes are, immediately available. We just got to wait until Bob leaves his room. Are you going to play Black Sect at some point? I do not know anything about that game, but I will make a note and take a look at it. Always happy to take suggestions and check them out, see if there's something I might be interested in. Okay, so let's grab this one and read it first. Oh, it's Loncor's final adventure game. Oh, okay. That is definitely of interest. Dear Captain, the hurricane is giving me a lot of trouble. A friend was supposed to make an urgent shipment for me. But with this weather, I don't know if he'll make it to the meeting. Have your boat ready to cast off. I'll get in touch with you in the evening. Thank you, the Lady in Black. Okay. So yeah, this fits with the theory I talked about there, like, the strong box is left in the pond for someone to take it and then deliver it. Oh! Bruce is nervous. Is Bruce nervous because he agreed to help the Lady in Black after Bob said no? I feel like that makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's like any information we get that would either back that up or disprove it. But Bruce's boat is borked. Right. Vote for Mortville Manor. Oh, I missed some other messages. Last Express is also a very unique game in the point-and-click genre. Yeah, that's been of interest to me for a while. That's one I have known about for a long time and have always wanted to check out. That also has an old Mac port that I would love to play in particular. After this, you should play a really easy game. You could even play putt-putt without being a freakazoid like me. Honestly, I have fond memories of the Pajama Sam games, and I never see anyone streaming those. It might be fun to do at some point. Maple Mystery said I would love to see you play Mortville Manor after this. I will definitely consider it. I'm very curious about it. Like, I thought it would be okay with skipping it. But like the more I play this, like I definitely want to check out more games like this. Yeah, so Bruce's boat being damaged. I wish. Why can't the Lady in Black date her letters? Okay, yeah. So this is. Oh. Was Bruce the friend that was supposed to make an urgent shipment? Because this is referring to the hurricane already being a thing, and we know Bruce was nervous before the hurricane. And he's not able to make the shipment because his boat is damaged, and that's why he gets increasingly nervous and thinks that everybody's going to get killed. Because he thinks he specifically is going to get killed for fucking it up. I think that makes a lot of sense. Have your boat ready to cast off. I'll get in touch with you in the evening. Thank you, the Lady in Black. And I believe this is the first letter that Bob receives from the Lady in Black. And then we have 2 more up here. Captain, the shipment will take place tomorrow, Monday. The loading will be during the night. The place of the loading will be indicated to you by the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag. Faithfully, the Lady in Black. I'm trying to remember days. We should go look at the calendar real quick. Shipment Monday. And then, from what we know, Bob fails to hoist the yellow flag. And then we get the final note from the Lady in Black, which says, I'm disappointed. I counted on your boat. You put me in an embarrassing situation. I have to take serious measures. Accept my offer, or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. So, a theory I've had for a while is that, this makes it sound like the Lady in Black has either kidnapped Marie and is threatening to, kill her or whatever, or it could be that the Lady in Black is trying to protect Marie, but it could also be that the Lady in Black is Marie and this is just kind of a made-up threat. We know that Bob is in love with Marie, but Marie is not interested in him. So, it totally makes sense to, use his feelings against him, basically. Though also, Bob being in love with Marie doesn't seem to be a secret. So, anybody could potentially do that. One thing I'm trying to figure out is, why does Marie go missing when she does? Especially if she is the Lady in Black. I don't know. Work with someone who worked on Pajama Sam. Nice. That's great. Does the shipment ultimately fail to arrive? Yeah, that's kind of a question we don't really know. The strongbox disappears, and I'm just trying to think of where the strongbox ends up. I was really hoping that when we hid in the hold of the Brisbane that one time, we hid in there all day long. I thought we would see something that, maybe suggested the strongbox ends up down there. Have I checked the other boat late in the game? It would possibly be worth trying to figure out where that strongbox ends up. The other thing is, it's possible it ends up somewhere we don't have access to. But, the Lady in Black seems desperate. So I think it's fair to say she doesn't have a lot of options. The bamboo is damaged. So probably the Brisbane is the only option. Okay. So if the shipment fails, she might be in danger and would want to disappear. Could be. But yeah, I don't know. I would think she wouldn't be in danger from anyone on this island. necessarily, but could be wrong. But she disappears. Let's go look at that calendar, and then we'll talk about timing of events. I just want to double check when things are here. So read. Okay. Yeah, so Sunday is the 31st, and Monday is when the shipment will take place. Right. Because we knew that what the note says lines up with when the strong box appears. So, and it says tomorrow. So that second note is on Sunday. Was written on Sunday. So it's written. Marie disappears the night before on the 30th. Pretty sure that is correct. So it's written after that happens. I'm just trying to think of like what this all means in terms of if we can determine more definitively why Marie suddenly disappears. If it's, I mean, I guess ultimately regardless of why, whether it's her choice or not. But the one thing that doesn't quite wait. Were the guns already on the fucking bamboo? That was what was in the explosives box. And there's that bullet next to the box. So they had all that on board, and that's why Bruce was nervous. And then the boat gets damaged, and they have to do something else with it. I'm still puzzled. Like, I think that makes sense. But if that's the shipment, where the hell does the strongbox come from? I'm baffled by that. How many tunes are on Marie's list? Geez. 12. Yeah, 12. And there are, I think, 15 total piano songs that you can choose from. Oh, that was a drone-on question. Why did drone-on ask this? I was like, oh, the numbers. Is it possibly matching up with the numbers on the list? Ragtime is number 4. And then 5 would be Sugar Daddy. But I don't think those are I think it's 1 and 2 are the ones that give us the correct messages. Playing the metagame of asking about drone on is asking questions. Yeah. I'm trying to look through my notes here. Okay, so shit. I think it was Ham and Eggs that got us the Tribes Need Guns message, which is the second song. Yeah. It's not critical at this point, but we'll close some previous questions. Hmm. I don't get it. Oh, are these weeks that are numbered? Is it possible the song changes because it's a new week, not because it's a new day? It's not something I had considered. The number of songs change from day to day. The number of songs we can choose on the piano, I'm pretty sure that list is always identical. Let's go look at that list real quick. Oh. Oops. So 4 is Ragtime, 5 is Sugar Daddy. But yeah, the first one is the song we use on the first in-game day, and Ham and Eggs, the second song, is the one we use on the second in-game day. I'm trying to figure out why Dronon brought that up while I was looking at the calendar, and that's all I can come up with, and it doesn't work out. Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to investigate before we go do that quiz again. What changed between the 2 days? I mean, like I said, it's a new week. It seems like the most notable thing to me. Oh, it's also a new month. Fuck. Okay. Each month has its own song. It's the second month. Thank you, Dronon. I was so close. Oh, God. So in January, it's the first song. In February, it's the second song. Okay. So does that tell us anything else? I don't know. I still want to know why the weeks are numbered like that, or why the Sundays are numbered, whichever one it is. But it seems unrelated. But it could be something like different shipments. I don't know. How many chess games are there in the book? Oh, there's 52, aren't there? Yeah. So, yeah. So new month, new week means new song, new chess match. I'm just trying to make sure the... Okay, yeah. The fourth match. How did I not see that sooner? The fourth match in the book was the correct one for the first message on the 31st, so that matches up with the 4. Yeah, and then the 5th was the correct one for the following week. I'm really curious. I'm really curious how the experience of playing this offline might have been different. Like, would I possibly had an easier time putting some of this together? Like, just noticing these numbers match up. It seems like, why the hell didn't I notice that sooner? Like, and like 100% like streaming a game, you have so many other things to think about while you're playing, so it can definitely change your experience somewhat, I think. And I'm really curious if I would have noticed some of these things or if I would have been just even more lost. Like, I absolutely never would have gotten this far without a lot of hints and guidance. I know that much. I'm really curious if I would have noticed things like that. You brute forced it, but I want you to have closure. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that feels great to finally understand. 6-7 says, finally my theory from long ago reemerges. Yeah, for a long time, Drawn, you said that there were things about the piano I still hadn't figured out, but that they weren't vital. I assume this is what you were referring to. I've been wondering about that ever since. Much easier game, but I found playing Myst off stream a lot easier than doing it on stream. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think it was Dr. CDCS was talking about playing that recently and found it very difficult. And I was just kind of thinking about that, and I was like, yeah, that really seems like a thing that's designed for you to play it in a very like laid back way and just like really take your time with it and explore and stuff and not feel like rushed. So I feel like streaming it would definitely make it a lot harder. I watched someone playing Myst 3 the other week and I would have never figured out that game. I feel like I had a pretty easy time with Myst. But I also can't remember if I played it entirely on my own. I might have played it with a friend somewhat. Syllogism asks, how come some Sundays in February aren't in red? Come on, like, yeah, that seems like just probably just a weird little drawing detail or something. assume it's not meant to be meaningful. Okay, let's move on. Just trying to think if there was something else I wanted to do before we go back to the quiz. I don't think so. Oops. Oh, there was something I wanted to ask Juste about. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. It's late, so we gotta get back to the quiz and wrap things up for the night. So pond. Well. I think I missed one, so we're on 140 now. So many deaths. You seem way more comfy with sitting in the questions. I need to work on that. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to go back to save 3, I think. Let's see, we're in... Oh yeah, save 4 is too late. Oh yeah, I also overwrote that save. This is the best one to do the quiz from. Straight to the well. Wait. Every time. Ask Juste about the bracelet, or is he dead at that point? In this save, he's dead. Yeah, I was thinking about asking Juste some questions. Ask him after we... Right. Yeah, I don't think there's ever a way to ask him about the new bracelet we found tonight. Like, I guess from what Dronon said, we can maybe take it before it's supposed to actually be there, so we could potentially show it to him. But I don't know that would give us useful information. It might even feel misleading if we're not supposed to have it yet. Okay. Come on. Oh, right. Gotta put the medallion in first. Hey, first try. I'm getting better. I'm probably going to divide by 0 error if you tried that. Could be. Okay. Here we go. So I'm going to rethink each of these as I go, but I'm mostly inclined to answer the same way we did last time, except for that Asmera question. So this will be number 11. Revolutionary. Sue. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juste alive? Oh. So I said Roy last time. But then I think I maybe later said that Roy was the one that killed Juste. I haven't been writing down the questions every time. Yeah, who killed Juste? We get after Lady in Black's accomplice. So yeah, I think I gave a contradictory answer there. I'm just debating. I think we're going to go back to Anita for that one. Yeah. So we'll say Anita. I'm still not entirely sure how Anita fits into all this, but I don't think she killed Roy. Like, I don't think that makes sense unless I'm way off about a bunch of stuff. And we're obviously very close. Can't believe how complicated this game is. I would love to see the logic Mac the devs used to lay everything out. Yeah. How many questions in total were you asking your best attempt? So our best attempt was the last one, and we got 1, 2, 19 questions. I think the fewest we've had is 11. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the most questions we've had. Okay, so we're going to say nobody here. And Marie. What does she do? Arms. Where are the weapons delivered? Definitely Asmara is the one that makes most sense because it comes up in that transmission that Chris receives. Who killed Juste? Roy. The motive? Let's see, we said wig last time, so we're going to continue with that. Who did the wig belong to? Lucy? What happened to Lucy? So this is another one where we could maybe answer different. One thought I just had, like, at this point, the body hasn't shown up. But I think whoever's body that is at the end, she's already dead. And I think that's probably Lucy's body. So, yeah, we're going to stick with dead. I don't think I want to change that. Who was Lucy? I think we're going to say revolutionary again. But this is maybe my least confident answer. Although, like, it does make sense of the bracelet and the photo and everything. You know, we're not getting the who is the Lady in Black's accomplice question. Yeah, I don't know. I still had so many questions, but we'll stick with revolutionary because, I mean, just because we did so well last time. Like my feeling is we shouldn't change too much unless I have a strong feeling about it. Target of the shots. I would really like to go talk to everyone about this again. but I do think it's Chris. From what part of the South Beach do the shots come? Trees. Who broke the bookshelf? Roy. Books. Or a book, excuse me. To do what with? Decode a message. A message received by the piano. Who is Menelik? The wind. Damn. You have between 75 and 100% of correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. Jordan says, I think the quiz question patterns aren't random, but are complicated enough that I don't want to figure out the internal logic. Yeah, like I feel confident that they're based on the answers you're giving. So if you give the same answers, you're always going to get the same questions, I think. It seems pretty consistent. Even if the reasons for getting additional questions aren't always the same. You want an X out of Y result? Yeah, I think I do. Holy shit. 18 out of 19? Are you fucking kidding me? Revolutionary. That's got to be the one, right? That's the one I'm the least confident about. So what's the real answer there? But no, we have the photo. That makes sense with the photo, right? Man. Okay, let's go over these again. Anita's a revolutionary. Anton's with Sue. Anita. What are we saying Anita to? Oh, who is the last to see Juste alive? Is it possible that's actually Roy? Does it make sense for Anita to kill Juste? Like she seems genuinely upset. Obviously that could be an act. I don't know. I don't think I buy that. That doesn't add up to me. Nobody kidnaps Marie. Marie's the lady in black. Arms as Mara. As Mara could be wrong, I guess, but I feel pretty good about that. Roy kills Juste because of the wig. It's Lucy's wig. She's dead. That could be a question mark, I guess, but I still think that makes the most sense. Like, with this general theory, like, I think Marie has to be alive. Marie is the one that's shooting at Chris. So it makes sense that's Lucy's body we see on South Beach. So is she a revolutionary or something else? What are our other options there? I don't know if I ever wrote those down. I may not have. Chris is the one being shot at. Shots come from the trees. Roy. What are we saying? Oh, Roy breaks into the bookcase to get a book, to decode a message from the piano. Menelik is the wind. So yeah, I still think the revolutionary is the one that I'm least positive of. But also it feels like that explains things fairly well. God. Zerfall, hello. Good to see you. Should we do it one more time? Maple Mystery has played Mortville Manor. And from what she has said, it's not quite as bad as this one, but she did have to make spreadsheets to get through it. Seen it being played and no to both. Yeah. IMO much less interesting overall. Ah, okay. Yeah, that is kind of disappointing. Should I do it one more time? Let's do it one more time. I at least want to write down the answers to that question about what Lucy does. So this is just going to be the same except for that one answer, I think. So we're going to say revolutionary, Sue. Anita was the last to see Juste alive. Who kidnapped Marie? Nobody. Like, it's definitely possible that a lot of these could be the one I got wrong. Marie, what did she do? Arms traffic. Excuse me. Where are the weapons delivered? Esmera. Who killed Juste? Roy. The motive? A wig. Yeah, like there are some of these answers that we could kind of work backwards and be like, okay, so if this is wrong, is it possible for all the other ones to be right? And I feel like if the answer to this is wig, it has to be Roy that killed Juste, for example. I mean, unless it was Sue. Yeah. Wig belongs to Lucy. She's dead. Okay. I'm just going to write all this down. Who was Lucy? Drug dealer. A thief. A blackmailer. A revolutionary. Or other. I don't know what I'm going to answer here. Maple Mystery says, I don't understand Mortville Manor at all and mostly relied on a walkthrough. It's got to be a bummer to spend so much time on a game like that and not understand it. I'm not going to become an expert on Mortville Manor. I think that's for the best. Mortville Manor UI was kind of rough. Amiga version might be better. I think Spacer has a shot at actually understanding that game. I appreciate your confidence. Yeah, so Mortville Manor is the first game in this series. So they star the same character, but are otherwise not very related. There was going to be a third game in the series that would take place in Japan. They had done a fair bit of work on it, but the studio shut down and was never finished. Game giving you 0 to 25, 25 to 50 ranges, etc. makes it harder to brute force the answers. Yes, 100%. I was just relieved when it was all over and I could move on with my life. Oh gosh. Yeah, this one, like, I'll definitely feel a bit of relief when it's over, but like, I have enjoyed this a lot. Even though, like, a lot of the reason it's taken so long is, I think, flaws in the game. Like there's difficult things here that are just like lack of information, but there's also difficult things that are just because the game kind of makes it impossible to figure out certain things in a way that is not really like interesting. Like it's just the game being a game and like things not quite being the way they would be in real life, you know? Okay, so who was Lucy? A drug dealer, a thief, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other? I guess out of these, if this is even the one I got wrong, I'm inclined to go for other. I could maybe see blackmailer. Like maybe she was trying to blackmail Marie or something. And that's why Roy got rid of her. But I don't feel like we've seen any evidence for that. Like revolutionary felt pretty good because, you know, there's the bracelet connection that ties her to that photo that Chris has. So that was like the one of these. A thief. We did talk about this. A thief is technically true. Like, we're told by Juste that she stole his amulet. So that technically makes her a thief, right? Like, this kind of is... The answers we have to choose from here are kind of suggesting, like, you know, what is her profession, I guess. What's she do on a daily basis? And thief is, you know, maybe not true in that regard, but I mean, she did steal something, so let's go with thief. The target of the shots. Roy? No. Chris? Trees. Who broke the bookshelf? That's Roy. What was he looking for? A book. To decode a message. Message received by the piano. Who is Menelik? This is another one that, like, I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident about, but like I feel like the wind is the only one that really makes sense. Tribe could maybe... Oh, maybe it is tribe. Maybe it is tribe and revolutionary was right. Menelik needs guns. And then the wind is somebody else. I could see that being correct. Look at this message again. Lady in Black, Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Payment in dollars will be done on receipt as Mara. Menelik, chosen by God, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. That kind of makes sense, I feel like. I don't see any logical way to determine this. You're basically just going to have to guess. Yeah. Like, I feel like that's part of this game's design is you're expected to gather a bunch of information, and then I feel like they expect you to go through this quiz a lot and just take some guesses, and like the quiz is designed to help you piece things together a little bit, which I don't love. I would rather be able to figure everything out before we get here. And be confident of all the answers. You know, even if it's hard to find the little pieces that give us that confidence. You know, it's possible I've missed things that would help. Since I already changed one answer, I'm just going to say the wind. Yeah. All right. It's partially why I'm giving stats. Yeah, I appreciate it. I really need to wrap up, but I would really want to change that last answer and go back to revolutionary because I feel so good about that. I will be back in just 1 minute. Okay. Torsten Bronger, hello, good to see you. It was similar with Colonel's bequest and Amon Ra, the end evaluation itself was a hint. Colonel's bequest didn't really have... Well, they kind of give you one question, I guess, right? But yeah. Definitely similarities there. Jordan said, still, all the discussion and guesswork between Robot Spacer and Chat has been super helpful in shaping some of the things in the guide. That's great. It's made me rethink some of my own assumptions. Even better. I feel like they had a vision for this game that they rigidly stuck to, even if it made the game not fun to play. Yeah, I think that is correct. And I feel like that was maybe a good move over. It was a good move in terms of making it a really interesting game. It seems like not a lot of people know about this game, so maybe it wasn't a good move in terms of making it a successful game. Oops, I've died. I gotta learn to not talk so much while I'm down in the well. Maple Mystery said, thank you for working on the guide. Drone on this game is beautiful, and I really needs that to get people through to experience it. Yes, agreed 100%. It's a shame extracting text from this is so difficult even during runtime. So let's wait. Gunshot. Surprised me slightly less that time, but it still got me. Okay. Down the well. Once we reach the end, I'll pass on a link. It may not be the final edit because I really want Robot Spacer's input on layout and possibly improving the presentation. Oh, nice. Be happy to help with that. Do you want a grade for that one? I would say no. Like, I feel like at this point, if I know I only have one wrong, well, I mean, I only changed one answer, so I know I got 2 wrong last time, right? That seems pretty definitive. Culinary disaster. Thank you so much for that gift sub to Dronon. I appreciate that very much. And Dronon, I hope you enjoyed the emotes and lack of ads. Kyle and Air says, I hesitate to call this the Dark Souls of adventure games, but it kind of seems apt. The game is tough, and maybe the enjoyment doesn't come from the moment-to-moment gameplay as much as it does from the euphoric moments when you do actually make progress. Yeah, that's an interesting comparison, actually. Puzzle says, definitely bookmarking the guide once we get a link, because I'd like to poke at the Amiga version with the guide's help. Nice. Okay. Let's take care of these shells here. There's just so much mousing around you got to do here. Okay. Because the actions keep changing, you can't use the right click thing to speed it up too much. I have to die. I hope not. Okay. So we're going to go back to our number 11 attempt here. And we're going to change the Manelic answer this time. And stick to revolutionary for what Lucy does. So Anita's a revolutionary. Sue. Anita was the last to see Juste. Nobody kidnapped Marie. Lady in Black is Marie. Arms traffic. Weapons were delivered as Mara. Who killed Juste? Roy. The motive, a wig. Wig belonged to Lucy. What happened to Lucy? She's dead. She was a revolutionary. Target of the shots was Chris. Shots came from the trees. Who broke the bookshelf? Roy. For a book to decode a message. Excuse me. Received by the piano. And Manelic is the tribe. Alas. Drawn on, that was the same as attempt number 11, except I said Manelic was tribe instead of wind. So I think we can say definitively now that wind and revolutionary are both. Well, I guess it's possible we change those to the wrong answers. A different wrong answer. Certainly possible. Oh man, I really wanted to do this today. I'm really curious if there are 20 questions total. Obviously, there could just be 19. It just seems like an odd number. And we know we're so close. Getting another question on a right answer seems appropriate. Next week. Next week's the week. I think he's about 4 streams away now. No, I refuse. We will do it next week. I'm positive. Even if we just spend the whole stream changing answers on the quiz, we'll get there. A lot of revelations today, indeed. 30 is a nice round number. Yeah, I agree. 30 streams. Who beats games in 29 streams? Exactly. Thank you all. I appreciate your confidence in me. Oh, boy. What a game. What a game. I just my brain is like still wanting to think about the game, but we got to wrap up. Next week, we will win Maupiti Island. I will finish this game. I was about to say if I get lucky and finish it early, we might go ahead and move on to the Amiga version in the same stream. But let's be honest, that's not going to happen. It'll take me the whole stream. It'll probably be 3 a.m. when I'm done, but I will get it. Thank you all. 1 year wiser, one step closer to finishing this game. Indeed. Friday, I'll be back for painting. Here's our painting so far. This is for the cover for the World Builder game. I think I got what I wanted out of this painting. I really like the color scheme here, so I think we're going to stick with it. I'm going to start over. I'm going to do some things a little differently. I might do it slightly bigger next time. But we'll take another shot at this and just kind of continue learning and figuring out things I need to know for the final painting. Hopefully I can get a little further and start to put in more shadows in different places and stuff. I feel like now that I have a little bit more idea what I'm doing, I can make progress faster. Oh, I also watched another video about how to paint with acrylics from the same the guy that did the lion painting. Let's see, his channel is actually called Studio Wildlife on YouTube. His videos have been helpful. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Dronon. And Maple Mystery. Also, the game itself is just kind of in the very last stages of testing. I don't think I'm going to make too many tweaks at this point, but I might make some little ones. Oh man! All right, time to find someone to raid. I'm gonna not stop thinking about this game for the next week. Who can we raid? I think we might raid Neon again. I think so. He's been doing Kojima, a month of Kojima games. He's been playing Zone of the Enders, a second runner, which has been pretty interesting to watch. Space tossing and turning in his sleep. Revolutionary thief. No, revolutionary. Yeah, I think that's accurate. The Brungo. I will make a note to check out their streams for possible future rating. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you all again. Here's some raid messages if you would like to join the robot parade. Happy birthday to Garfield. Garfield's 46 this year. I appreciate you all hanging out so much. Man, that was a great stream. I had so much fun. We're so close. I'm bummed that we didn't get there, but we made fantastic progress tonight, and that's great. And I appreciate all of your support and birthday wishes and everything very, very much. Have a good rest of your week. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around. Bye.